Slightly loud, but anyway, good morning again. Welcome to a wonderful panel on solidarity and resilience in cybersecurity, where our panelists will discuss frameworks of cooperation and information sharing in the case of threats and vulnerabilities, and hopefully will capitalize on the importance of solidarity while aiming for consolidating a common level of resilience. And to jump right into it, I'm hereby giving the floor to Mr. Emrah Alpa, Senior Product Manager, ArcSight Global Content Micro Focus. So you can either speak from there or from here, depending on your choice.
My voice is not helping me. Thank you. That's the mute button. Oh no, it's not the mute button. That's the good button. The red button. Okay. Hi everyone. Thanks for joining me here. My name is Emrah Alpa. I'm a content ArcSight person. 20 plus years in cyber, and really happy to be here. Thanks for having us. Wonderful. And we are going to be talking about actionable SOC results. SOC means Security Operations Centers. It's been, and if you really want to know more about me, you can go to Bright Talk and search for DJ Miter and creating SOC harmony in your SOC using music and some ArcSight and other intelligence. And I also do some soccer coaching in Germany, so if you come to Germany, be my guest in Munich. And again, welcoming everybody here. And this is how I became a Romania fan. Anybody wants to say? There's George Hagi. He was my first number 10 in the world, in my opinion. There's no better number 10, and I never thought I would be in Bucharest talking about him. So, pleasure. And this is our quick agenda here. We will be talking about the IP address 84 something towards the end, but the threat landscape. Are unsung heroes, the security analysts, who are, in my opinion, you don't need software, you need these people to do your security, because humans can only find the really APTs and advanced hackers, because there's a saying in this threat intelligence world, you don't hack the system, you hack the analyst. So that's what we are going to be talking about today. We will give him or her some ammunition, and then, like in the Matrix, they will have all the machine guns, but it's going to be the person himself doing the fight. And we will end it by talking about how to automate these types of solutions. Coming back to the threat landscape, we need to prepare ourselves for this big fight before the fight starts. We need to know the enemy first. And the adversaries, unfortunately, they have the numbers. That's why we are falling behind every day. Even now, they are probably creating another executable somewhere, which is probably evading any virus total hash algorithm that And I was one of them, actually. That's how you learn these things. And this is from very interesting. I'm not sure if you attended DEF CON, but number 30 happened in August. 30 years it's been happening in Las Vegas. If you haven't attended it, that's the security conference to attend, probably after this one. And crazy. When you go there, you know you're in a different world. This is from last August. They were talking about how to hack Windows 11. There's this interesting trusted sec people. I love them. They created a new framework after Metasploit and all those things. How to get your LinkedIn accounts, go to your Office 365. Once they are in, they exfiltrate data using OneDrive. Everything is explained in these presentations. It's just Googleable. It's out there in the public. And so that's the problem, right? They have the numbers to their advantage, and they have the system to support that. And so the SOC analyst, sits in these cases. All these security solutions create all these. Here's a firewall alert. Here's a whatever alert, and find our nice guy, the SOC analyst, if you can find one. He's sitting there with 3 laptops, and he's probably hating his life. 12 to 18 months is the official time that they resign. And then you spend another 6 months training the next one. You have 6 months on the job because they will leave in 12 months. So that's the number one problem. Keep these guys sitting there. I used to be in these SOCs. They give you football, they give you table tennis, because you hate your job. If you have the midnight to 8 a.m. Shift, You really want good food. There's a lot of interesting things to keep these guys motivated. They used to give me 1.5 portion of a Turkish kebab. That was my favorite, and I didn't leave my job for a long time. So you need to know and hack the analyst and know how to keep them in doing their job, because that's your best. Otherwise, they will feel like this, and they will feel hopeless because they will have their coffee, sit in front of this machine, and there will be 100+ alerts. They will have goosebumps. They will say, yet another day, that's the problem, right? So there are solutions for this. One of them, and I'm not kidding you, and I needed to spend a lot of time. I learned this after 17 years on the job. It took me a little while to learn this. It's a secret. It came from Spain, and I was there. And after we did the presentation, they said, after we made our meeting, the gentleman, the SOC manager, came to my ear and he whispered, because he didn't like what he was about to say. He said, Emrah, this is what we do. Try to guess. They delete the cases. If you have 1,000 cases a day and only 10 people to look at them, maybe one person can look at another 10, 10 times 10, 100, 900 cases. Even if you have 10 people, 900 cases will not have a chance to be looked at. That's the problem. Even if you do 99% event reduction, 1 million, get rid of 99%, you have 1,000 or whatever. A huge number, no matter what the technology does. So that's the problem. So they delete them, and they delete them not weekly, daily, at 23:59. They have a scheduled task, and I asked them, why 23:59? They said, because the next day it will be free. They will start fresh. The next shift starts at midnight. I couldn't believe what I heard. So to get the happiness, you're paying a huge price. So that was the problem, and nobody likes it, right? It's like, you're saying, I'm going to ignore this thing, and you're going to say, this is the bliss. But we all know there's a price to pay when you ignore these types of things. And I think there's a second solution. Obviously, everybody is probably thinking, I have the dollars. Why don't we hire more SOC analysts? If they are the Superman, why don't we hire another 10? We made this test around 5 years ago, and we acquired this company called Atar Labs from Istanbul. Gökhan, their CEO. He came on stage. He said, anybody who is a SOC manager, raise their hand. How much is a SOC analyst? Let's say $100,000 a year. How many do you need? 10. So you need $1 million. Yes. So I'm going to give you $1 million. He just gave. I guess he had the physical money in front. He said, I'm going to give this money to the first person that can hire 10 people in the next X months. And it seems that X was 6 months to hire one person. So that's the problem. How can we cope with this problem? Even if you have the budget, there is no solution. So the people, we need to arm them. We need to make the best using a few resources. So let's agree on the problem. If we agree on the problem, there is maybe a hope. I'm a DJ, and I go to Fiverr.com to get vocalists and other mastering engineers. And interestingly, there are OSINT engineers who are willing to do OSINT, open source intelligence, on whatever you do, like $10 an hour, $20 an hour. So that's beautiful, and which means there is this new world emerging where maybe I will teach my son how to do open source intelligence. It's like almost easy money. And this is what I got last week, as if they knew, and before I announced I was going to speak here, almost like 10 days ago, and I still didn't respond. I don't know how to respond. They are offering $150 or euros per hour to me so that I can talk about threat intelligence. So that's how desperate the field is. The people who are, because threat intelligence folks don't want to have their name known. On Tuesday, we had our engineering meeting. This Shubhao, okay, hey Shubhao, he was saying, please don't mention my complete name because I'm going to tell you something important. So I couldn't believe that he didn't want to be on this. He could be. He just preferred not to be. So anyway, we will talk about that maybe in the panel. So how can we arm these folks, So that's the problem. This is you don't hack the system, you hack the mind of the analyst, and you got a better chance. And we need to give him or her some threat intelligence. We believe that's one of the best ways to do it. And open source intelligence there's no good pill on this version. Both pills are bad. So the first problem is echo chamber. When you go to VirusTotal, MISP, and other open source, it's very beautiful, nice sharing, and because it's maybe too public, maybe it's too open, maybe that's the problem. But long story short, everybody takes this data and copies and says the same thing. And you don't know how to compare them to the others. That's the problem. You think you're so good. It's also called self-licking ice cream problem. If you attend the SANS trainings, you will hear about that. Consume only. Everybody wants to consume this data, myself included. Nobody wants to push, because they don't want to have their name known. They can contribute anonymously, but even that they don't want. So that's the problem. These are the two problems that are stopping threat intelligence from becoming a global solution to a global problem. And yet, there are some interesting solutions out there, and that doesn't mean don't use open source intelligence. Use it knowing what you're going to get with them. These are some of them: Maltego, VirusTotal. There's AlienVault, OTX Threat Exchange, beautiful. Circle MISP from Luxembourg, which those two I'm going to talk about today just quickly. And MISP, if you haven't heard, if you only remember one thing from today, please don't remember our company name or anything. MISP, this is the MISP circle, and they are from Luxembourg, and they have 6,000 organizations contributing to it. And these are the 7 Romanian organizations contributing to the MISP circle. And the Cyber Defense Center from Romania is there, Provision Romania, Deloitte Romania, Bit Security, Bit Defender, all these, it's a fantastic place. Actually, this is a screenshot from that web page. It's free to get and as you can see, it says yesterday, 27th. Yesterday, they added an indicator. That's why I didn't submit the presentation, because it's threat intelligence. It gets old very fast. And it says threat level is high, and you're like, oh my God, Emrah, it's free. And I know that all these hashes, if I block them in my antivirus, I will be safe, right? Yes, you will be safe. But good luck finding those threat level high with the date being yesterday. That's the problem. So this is your best case. You have the true positive, life is good, you drink your coffee. And now, second one. Okay, let's look at this one. It says high as well. And it says yesterday too, but on the right it says potential false positives. You're like, how can a threat level be high? So you're so sure that it's bad, but you're still giving me false positives. What kind of false positives? Maybe it doesn't apply to me. Well, it's the Azure Data Center known IP range. It's a specialized list of VPN providers, Google Cloud Platform, and known Amazon AWS IP ranges. So the bad guys know that if we block them, we will hurt the business. So this is how they hide behind known IPs. And they just stay there for 15 minutes. They move on to some other IP. Then you block using yesterday's data, you're blocking today's attackers. And that's the problem. They just moved on already. And you're also blocking your business because you can't access these VPN providers. So that's the problem. And I'm not going to give more information on this. And there's yet another threat level low, which also has potential false positives. In this case, top 1,000 websites from Alexa. You think this, I'm not sure if you know about Alexa, but they are they don't care about good or bad. They look at the most clicked domains in the world, top 1,000. You would think Facebook, Google, and probably will be top 2, and they would be in good shape. No, bad guys are still hiding behind those. So if you block them, the analyst is now thinking, it's great. So somebody's coming to me and telling me it's 72% bad. 72% bad. Is it 80? Is it less than 60? So that's the problem. Don't do that to your analyst, because your analyst, the time is ticking, the time is valuable, and she's still wondering what to do. So these are some of the Romanian bad IPs that I found, again, the other day. It came from our threat feed. We believe you need to enrich these things with more data and put that red thing in there, MISP reputation, high confidence. Hey, we have high confidence in this thing that if you block this thing, nothing will happen. So somebody else, so saying something is good, but saying something authoritatively is better. So that's what the analysts actually need. They want a final verdict. Is this a bad IP or good IP? Just make a decision and continue. And I found this open source intelligence. It seemed like 82,000 indicators from the last month, I believe, which looks like a good number, but try to look at this. This is the fun part. 50,000 from that 80,000 is unknown. They don't know how bad those are. 17,000 are low confidence and low threat level, and only 6,000 from 82,000. Less than 10% of this data is high confidence. This is the open source world. So that was the problem. So the numbers is not in your favor, and open source intelligence is giving you good data, but not enough data, in my opinion. So I wanted to look at this interesting IP, again from Romania, and let's assume we are a threat analyst, we are looking at this thing in our SOC, and we go to VirusTotal, it says 4 out of 88, or in this case 95 vendors. Not sure if you spend time with VirusTotal, but as a SOC analyst, if someone tells me something is wrong, this is the first page, it's probably the first bookmark in any security analyst's web browser. They go to VirusTotal, it's a free web page, you ask for an IP address at the very top of the screen, they give you a result within 2 seconds. From 95 security vendors, 4 of them, this number is so famous that it's called a VT count. So every case has a VT count associated with it. In this case, that number would be 4. So by telling an analyst, dude, I know you don't have time, but VirusTotal, if you were to go there, was going to tell you that VT count would be 4. So while looking at the case, I can make a quick call. You know what? It looks bad enough. 4 other security vendors think this is a bad IP. Maybe I'm going to block it. So, which is fine. So this is, again, from Romania, Bucharest, actually, and they are using the Emotet. That's fantastic. If you use VirusTotal, you will get all these fancy stuff. And this gentleman, Mobius, I'm sorry, he added, or maybe lady, IOC collection from our own threat hunting. So this is where I ask everyone to maybe applaud this person for uploading their intelligence to a open source database. But there's very few of these people. And I was talking to Shubham as well. I said, why do you think people don't upload? Because we know that they do their own research in a SOC. Why don't they upload after finding the sandbox results and everything? He said, because they think two problems. One, they think somebody else probably already did it, and their research is not that valuable, so they undervalue what they just did. 2, they feel like it's like a social field. I don't want my name there. Dude, it's going to be Mobius with a 5 at the end instead of, don't worry, I will never know who that person is. He said, no, man, it's just, his voice went down when he was telling me that. He was Indian. I guess that's the Indian culture. You really want to be the best in what you do. Maybe you have a manager title before you post anything on the internet. So that's the problem. And so we need to, in my opinion, improve this so that we get more results. But in our opinion, so this is what we try to do in our software. And again, I represent this company, CyberRes. We had this interesting web page. And we tried to attack that problem, 6,000. Okay, we couldn't kill it. We were still 50%, but better than 10%. Our high confidence indicators are somewhere around 100,000. If you block them, nothing will go down. And so the business will continue. And so this is what I really wanted them to do. And you may be asking, Emrah, you don't seem to be a threat intelligence guy. You are more like an ArcSight security information management solution, SIM, next-gen SOC. Why did threat intelligence come? UEBA was the same, UEBA became now part of SIM. And then it was SOAR. SOAR now got consumed into SIM. And now the threat intelligence, in my opinion, there is no good SIM vendor, there's no big SIM vendor out there who doesn't have threat intelligence built in. So, we could argue all day, but these 3 things will fall into SIM. Probably even, more things will fall into. SIM is here to stay. That's what I learned. It's been more than 20 years. It's not going anywhere. And everybody's trying to have a better SIM solution at some point in your security operations center. And this is what we decided to do. Put the high confidence, high fidelity. And this is my favorite, you block or not. There's no maybe. There's no gray area. It's white or black. Cut it like a tomahawk steak, Is that the tomahawk or is that not the tomahawk? That's how I'm going to, compare steaks for the rest of my life, And you get happy SOC analysts, And that's our goal. And when I do this presentation, I have all these questions, and each and every one of them came. And I really have to force the customers to ask me that question because they think I won't be able to answer the question, so they don't ask the question. I have to force them, dude, to ask me the question. Why are you not using this solution? It's like, seriously, it's free for 60 days. Like, why would you not test this solution? They said, I already have 17 threat intelligence solutions. I'm already correlating between them. Probably your 18th one is going to not give me anything because I didn't get anything from the 17. They are sick and tired of testing threat intelligence solutions and not having any solution. So that's what we are trying to change. And I asked them, what else? And why don't you add it? Just add the 18th, maybe. It's like Edison, when he found the light, 900 and whatever, his helping guy was asking him, hey, we tried 900 times to light this bulb, it just didn't light. Why are we continuing our tests? He said, just write down the next 900 ones didn't work. We know that they didn't work, maybe 901. That's how we have light now. Somebody has to do this. So when you have to give someone threat intelligence, Gartner told us the #1 inhibitor to threat intelligence adoption was people don't know how to consume it. You can give me a PDF, you can give me a CSV file, JSON file, Flex connector, parse the thing, put it in a big database. What are you going to do with it? Talk about that in a dinner discussion? Like you have a big file. You need to automate this thing. Sorry. And the content of the SIM. We had a GigaOM make a comparison between IBM Splunk, Azure Sentinel, and ArcSight last month. It's about to be published. The Splunk had a 4 out of 5. 5 is the good. They gave us 5 because I'm the content. We are trying to make ArcSight have out-of-the-box content, and we put this threat intelligence content in there as the heart of the solution. Unfortunately, the others didn't get even higher numbers. What I'm trying to say, and I tested, I don't want to give the name, one of them, and it said fade login to a repetitive account, whatever. We have the same thing. I'm not saying that's a bad rule, but it's a 20-year-old rule. We need better rules. In this today's day and age, threat intelligence gives me those hard and fast rules to find the bad boys and girls. And I need a full-time employee to put in front of this solution. No, it just works out of the box. You don't need any person. And hey, it's going to be costly. It's free. The SOAR comes free. Our salespeople, they hate me when I talk about this. Emrah, please don't talk about a free solution because I'm not going to sell it. I don't care, man. Like, this thing will make the customer happy. Just give it next to your solution and just make them use it. And then finally, this is the best one. Again, this came from Barcelona. Barcelona is very nice when it comes to these discussions. And they also have the stake. So he told me, I already have one. Dude, I'm using your ArcSight correlation engine, and I love it for the last so many years, but I'm using the IBM Resilience because there's another team. The operations team is another team. They decide on their own. They have their own budget. They agreed on IBM. And no offense to IBM Resilience. That's why I'm saying the customer it's a beautiful solution. I said, why don't you put this solution in between your IBM and ArcSight, another SOAR in between, which doesn't give any cases. It just gets rid of the other cases so that your IBM receives less cases. He said, wow, that's a good idea. So you need to ask the questions you need to ask why, until the guy or lady gives up and says the exact reason why they are not doing that. Because every vendor is there doing a presentation, everybody wants to sell something, these people are sick and tired of watching PowerPoint, so nobody asks the exact why question. So ask them, just try to be open and prescriptive guidance from day one and close the experience gap so that you don't need to hire more people. Though, again, thank you for listening. This is what I believe our solution does, and we have a ArcSight Unplugged YouTube channel, a lot of videos in there. Actually, I'm starting a new one coming up next month, so get subscribed to it, and thank you for listening. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Now, Emrah, aside from the wonderful and informative discussion on tools and instruments, I do note the point, you're not hacking the system, you're hacking the analyst, from which what results is that in order to increase the resilience of the system, you actually have to increase the resilience of the analyst. And with that in mind, towards your own resilience, I really hope you took that OSINT call. Anyway. Let's move on to Mrs. Liliana Mușețan from the Council of the European Union. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Moving now from something very exciting, like all the jargon that we have, SIEM, SOC, I will move to something boring, I'm afraid, which is about frameworks. And these speakers, participants, and organizers in room and online. I have very few slides. One of them at the end is having some links, because I'm pretty sure that not all of you are familiar with what we are doing at the European institutions level with regard to cybersecurity, which is very important for Romania being a member state. And we heard from Emrah. By the way, I tend to disagree with you with regard to Vegas and DEF CON. RSA San Francisco is even better. And I think Bucharest Cybersecurity Conference 2022 is the best. So what I wanted to tell you is that in cybersecurity, the time is now. And if we didn't realize that, we have to wake up. And not just us, but our dirigents of the countries, and not only in Europe, but everywhere else. So it is imperative to act given the current geopolitical circumstances. And we have to rethink the way we equip our SOC analysts and our C-certs, and because we have to fend off all kinds of malicious actors. So what about me? Because I saw that Emrah here introduced himself as a DJ. I'm not a DJ. I'm coming from Romania. I'm Romanian, and I grew up in the cyber industry, and I know very well the European institutions and the embassies that we have around the world, because I used to work for, as a diplomat as well, in the external service of the European Union, where I did always IT and cybersecurity. And I have seen that the pattern is the same. We have to understand that sometimes we are lucky to be in the right place with the right people and to do the right thing. And I was that kind of lucky person. Because where I work today in cyber is a landscape that is changing shape, is changing numbers every single day. And here on the screen you have just a couple of figures regarding the big numbers that Emrah started to introduce. But just look at the last one, the pale one on the screen. It's about data. How much data we'll have to look at, protect, and consider that we have to store somewhere until 2023. So we speak about Zeta. We speak about something that we don't deal today. And if we look out of this, only 10% of the potential threat vectors, attack vectors, it means that we don't see that much out of it. And as we know, the population of the planet will not increase that much to deal with that amount of data. So we have to do something. And that means solidarity is a key word. It means that we have to work together with private partner academia, and we have to bound ourselves and to reuse every single person that would like to change this profile, might want to learn about what cybersecurity is and how to deal with it and to help the others to get better. In the middle of the screen, you can see a list of policy framework, because this is what the European institutions are doing. I'm currently working for the General Secretariat of the Council of the European Union, and for those who don't know, there's a place where we have the first co-decision step for approving all these regulations, directives that are becoming in place, are put in place by the Parliament once signed. So before coming to the Council, I used to work for the Commission. So because the Commission is like a government, is proposing legislation, we try to work with the colleagues in the member states, with our permanent representatives, with the representation of the European Union, and for becoming to where we are today, in the last 6 to 7 years, things evolved a lot. And why evolved a lot? Because from an administration, we realized that we became a member state threat profile. We are treated as institutions like a member state. We are cyber attacked like a member state. Therefore, our profile as institutions changed in a couple of years very, very much. And that means that we have to protect ourselves in a different way. But we cannot protect just the institutions, therefore we protect together with the member states. So what do? We started in 2016 with the GDPR. That was probably the first act that helped everybody to understand that we have to do something in a different way about our privacy, our personal data. And from there, because there is a big bound between data privacy and cybersecurity, we moved to the NIS directive, looking at network and information systems. But at that time, in 16, we were thinking only about big sectors like healthcare, like energy. However, Commission, seeing what is happening at the general threat landscape, decided to move further and to produce other pieces of regulations, like the European Cybersecurity Act, which generated the certification framework based on which we have ENISA today. And even further, in 2022, in June, they have issued the second piece of NIS, NIS2, which is covering much more sectors and is introducing for the first time one element that is very important. It's introducing the word accountability. And accountability is now leveraged at the level of the top leaders, the top managers in the corporate, in the small and medium enterprises, in the governments. And they all have to work in a way that we don't leave the weakest alone, but we don't leave the big corporations also alone. So it's the first time when this legislation is going to help not just the governments and the European institutions, but it's going to help the small and medium enterprises. And that's why later on, in this parcours of the legislation, the center in Bucharest was created, because it's going to look at how we are going to help the companies and the SMEs on the certification schema. And how do we do that? As you know, we are one of the biggest donors in the world. The European institutions, the European Commission is the biggest donor in the world. And we use funding. But funding means that we have to put it into something. Where do you put money? You put money into either you create businesses, startups, or you evolve your people. As Emrah said, we have to look at the people working on this field. Therefore, ENISA, 1 month ago, issued the European Skills Framework, which was discussed yesterday during one of the panels. And it's very important because it's probably for the first time when we have an alignment between what kind of profiles we need to use into our businesses. And it's starting with number one. Do you know which number one is as a profile in cybersecurity? Anyone in the room? Exactly, thank you, Georgie. Georgie presented yesterday the training framework. So why is it so important to have these profiles? Because we can, first of all, influence how we shape the skills. What do we need from academia? We can go and talk to the universities. We can help people to understand on which direction they feel more comfortable to work, because nowadays the biggest problem is that not only Europe is not having sufficient cybersecurity people, the entire world is not having sufficient cybersecurity people. Anybody in the room has an idea what is the gap skills in cybersecurity? By 2025, 3.5 million. What does it mean? It means that the SOC that is now working, well, sometimes 24/7, will not have other 24/7 because it will be part of the cyber fatigue, and might say, I don't want to do this job anymore. The IT help desk cannot take so many calls, so they have...
Yeah, it's called the tailored form.
Exactly. So what we have to do is to identify who would like eventually to change the job, to do something else even after retirement. You don't have to be 20, 25, 20, 35 to work in cybersecurity. You can be 60 and still work with something that is very common. do cybersecurity awareness. It's very easy. You explain to people, you go to school, you go to the small and medium enterprises and you explain what do you have seen in the world. You go to ministries and to the public administration where we have to leverage our skills and our understanding with regard to the threats and attack vectors. Now, for becoming resilient, what do we use? We have some ingredients. And these ingredients are used to protect our main objective, which is the cybersecurity posture of this continent. We are Europeans, and we would like that Europe is not lagging behind. Therefore, one of the main ingredients of this future for bringing the high level of cybersecurity resilience is that no single team alone can defend the level of challenge that we have ahead of us. No single company. Therefore, we have to be solidary. We have to work better, we have to cooperate, and we have to share information. Now, Romania is in a very good position because where it's coming from a very strong strategic political partnership with a very high-skilled population on this area of activity. And where do we go? We go into creating a place where we have to defend identity. Because at the end of the day, the European identity needs to be protected. Otherwise, we have to wait for somebody to help us. So the power is in us. On the cooperation, we as institutions, for example, we work together with the NISA, with the Parliament, with the Commission. Not only we have almost 80-something agencies and bodies, and because I said that the NIS2 is applicable to the industry and to the companies in the member states, we have now on the table of the Council a piece of legislation that will be applicable to the European institutions, agencies and bodies, and it's called the Cybersecurity Regulation. It's the first time when we want to regulate something across all institutions. In terms of people, in case you don't know, Commission has like 35,000 people, the Council 3,000, the Parliament more or less the same. So we speak about more than 60, 70,000 people that are working in these entities, and they have to help to understand and to leverage the level of cybersecurity across the institutions. And about funding, why is funding important into this equation? Because cyber without funding, it's a bit like impossible. Therefore, in the EU, we have some initiatives into the multi-annual program, 2021-2027. And we have 4 mechanisms. I'm not sure if you are familiar, but I would really encourage you to look for, because this is about grants. So it's a Digital Europe program, the Horizon Europe, the European Defense Fund, which is very much used for the satellite, for defense agency, and the EU Recovery and Resilience Facility. This is very new. So each of them is having components that can be used for funding startups, for funding current public administration. All you need to know is how to write in order to get these funds and how to follow up. The sum up is like 4.5 billion and is there to be used. So people from Romania start using it, because all we want to do is to have a good absorption rate of these funds. Are there to be used. Member states are putting money there. Romania is contributing to that, but Romania also have to get out of this. So the third thing is about trust, and I put it in the middle because for me, as a professional in cybersecurity, trust is the most essential thing. It's the core. Why? Because we shall strengthen the public-private partnership that is critical for this endeavor. And neither the institution nor the private sector can defend our core business alone, so it's going to be a shared mission. We give and we take. We take and we give. And at the Council, we work in partnership with the suppliers from the framework contracts. My unit is having the interinstitutional cybersecurity contract, so all institutions, all I said before, is covered by one single framework contract for cybersecurity. And what does it mean? It means that we have to have trust in our partners in the private sector, but they all face the same problem. Number of people, the skills is a problem. So I encourage you to share this message and to tell people that want to relocate to work for our entities to don't be shy and apply. Also, we have currently a European competition on cybersecurity. There will be others very soon. We would like to attract specialists to work for the European institutions because we see that we are facing serious issues in case we don't have with whom to work and with whom to deal with those problems. So for Romania and all the Europe, a new world waits, a world of greater security and greater potential cybersecurity skills, if we reach for it and if we lead by example. So my message for you in this very room and online, the speakers and participants to this exceptional cybersecurity conference in Bucharest 2022, is that we are stronger together if we work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liliana. I must confess I don't find frameworks boring. Neither the multi-stakeholder approach, nor normative evolutions, neither funding opportunities. And I'd have questions at the end myself about this. This leads me to a bit of a housekeeping issue. If I could kindly ask the following speakers to remain within the 10-minute slot, that would be great, because I anticipate a fruitful conversation afterwards, for which we would kind of need to have a bit of time. With this in mind, I'm hereby giving the floor to Magda Popescu, outside legal counsel, Microsoft. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to be here with you. As a means of introduction, I'm by far the most boring person, in the role, because I'm a lawyer. So I'm not an IT person. And yet I'm here to speak to you today about cybersecurity and resilience. And the team that I'm representing, Digital Crimes Unit within Microsoft, central body, is dealing with what it says, cybercrime. Because when the cybersecurity threats are actually happening, then we really have an issue. And to solve that issue, solidarity is required. Cooperation is required. So I'm going to address a couple of the things that we are doing. They are listed in this slide. We are dealing, the team that I'm a part of is dealing with malware, with ransomware, with business email compromise, is dealing with tech support fraud, and also is looking into the malicious use of our own infrastructure, of Azure or other cloud products. And we first look into cleaning our own yard, sharing the data that we have internally and also externally to help build resilience. Out of these initiatives, I'm going to focus on malware and business email compromise, and I'll try to stick into the remaining 8 minutes to allow for full conversation at the end. What is the approach of the private sector and the company that I'm representing. Every time we have a bad actor or a network, of course, the goal is to identify and apprehend those individuals, to bring them to justice, to collect evidence about what they have been doing. But in the meantime, the victims continue to be victimized. The threats continue to be active. The attribution, evidence collection and prosecution often takes years, and because it is very much related to jurisdictions, it might be an unfriendly jurisdiction, and this cannot even be achieved. Then what can be done? Alternatively, we can look into dismantling the infrastructure that is used for conducting these cyber attacks and make it harder or even impossible for the perpetrators, even if for short period of time, to act. Stop the victimization of the targets. So that's where we have been very much focused. One example of a recent operation this year, this spring, Zloader botnet disruption. I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but I want to flag that we have been cooperating with both private and public sector. For instance, Asset has provided evidence and witness statement in the court action that Microsoft filed to take over hard-coded and DGA domains that were malicious and used as a C2 infrastructure for running the botnet. That is very important. Each and every operation that we have started 12 years ago included cooperation. And the evidence that is gathered from these operations is referred to law enforcement, is shared, and I'm going to show that in the following slide, free of charge with the community to be able to use this knowledge and intel to remediate and to make the products and services and the security thereof stronger. One thing that I want to flag here is that while we are looking at the economically motivated actors, starting 2016, nation-state actors have also picked our attention, and we started with Strontium, which is a Russian-controlled botnet, and the latest one is an Iranian botnet, Borium, which triggered an action from Microsoft's side earlier this year. I was speaking about intelligence that we gather. From these operations, I'm not going to go into details, but oftentimes we obtain court orders to sinkhole the botnets. This results in a lot of threat intel that is put in a program, cyber threat intelligence program, offered free of charge again to our partners, to CERTs, to ISPs, and also to partners from industry. This results in increased security and increased resilience. As regards the business email compromise, this is one of the threats that affects everyday life and business because it results in unauthorized transfer of funds by tricking the victims. It's the most expensive still internet crime as per the FBI, and again, cooperation is key for taking them down. You have on this slide some examples. 3 of them are global operations in which Microsoft was providing evidence and intelligence, helping the law enforcement, and also a regional, actually a local one. This year, together with Palo Alto and the Nigerian law enforcement, there was a successful localized action in Nigeria. To get an idea about how borderless the cybercrime is and how much is needed to cooperate to tackle it properly, you can see here the landscape of the arrests that took place in the three global operations that I've mentioned before: Wire, Rewired, and Eagle Sweep. As you can see, they are spread around the world, which means that the private industry that provides services to these customers and whose services are leveraged by the cyber criminals, plus the law enforcement in all these jurisdictions, should be able to cooperate and share intel, data, and best practices to be able to counter them effectively. I have been speaking a lot about public-private cooperation. One thing that is important is to be ready for whenever something is happening, to be able to act quickly. This, of course, requires preparation and readiness. You can see on the slide a number of initiatives that we are members of or that we have initiated, like sharing the threat intelligence or nation-state notifications, which means we are notifying our customers whenever they are attacked or they have a foreign presence in their infrastructure. And another very important thing is to have cooperation. You first need to get notified about what is going on. Notification of compromises is very important, and automating this and making it fast, it's equally important. We propose to have points of contact, pre-agreed, involvement of national threats for that, and also automated notifications systems in place that would help resilience by solidarity and by cooperation. I'm only having one or 2 minutes, so very fast, I just wanted to flag, and I'm going to move to the next slide because it's more graphic and more interesting. What Microsoft has seen this year in Ukraine is the combination, the clear coordination. If you look at the attacks, you can see the cyber attacks and the kinetic movements of the military being coordinated. You can find this information is public. It was published in June, so you can search it and you can find it. But for instance, when the bombs attacked the TV tower in Kiev on the 1st of March, that was not alone. The day before and the same day, 2 other cyber attacks were happening in Kiev and against media institutions. And Ukraine is not the only target. These figures are from this year, coming from the Russian state outside Ukraine, targeting mainly governments, but not only, with a success rate that is fairly high. 1/3 of cases being successful is not low. To tackle these nation-state actors, we need to bear in mind that we need to be ready to adapt the tools and tactics. We need to be able to do multilateral cooperation. We need to keep the free speech available, and at the same time, public-private cooperation. Because the infrastructure that is used for cybersecurity threats becoming active is privately owned. Without cooperation between the public sector and the private sector, a successful response is impossible. Thank you so much.
Many, many thanks for your, I think, what can be described as a victim-focused approach to resilience, which is mostly tackled through intel and cooperation, and for keeping relatively close to the time limit. I now give the floor to Mr. Adrian Duță from EARC, from the Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience.
Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me to this event. I'm Colonel Adrian Duță. I'm an active officer. My background is in Air Force. I worked for many years in the Romanian Air Force, and then in the defense intelligence and defense diplomacy. Now I'm the vice president of the new created Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center. I would like to bring a different perspective now about resilience and solidarity. You know, we are facing a new spectrum of threats, and this spectrum is very diversified, and even we have the classical threats to our freedom, meaning that the Russian aggression war against Ukraine, it's the biggest threat we have at this moment. Speaking about resilience, we are facing a remarkable action of Ukraine against Russia, because after Russia decided to attack Ukraine, after the intention to have a blitzkrieg of a few days, now we have more than 8 months, and Russia is not winning the war. I was talking with General James Everard a few days ago, and he told us that Russia couldn't win the war, but cannot afford to lose the war. In the same manner, I can say that Ukraine cannot lose the war, and also the democratic world couldn't lose this war with Russia. But the point is that this result is a result of a lot of work together between NATO experts and Ukraine experts, because NATO has a resilience assistance support team. This program has been requested by Ukrainian authorities, and after 2014 they start to work on what resilience, how resilience can be consolidated. And apart from the other 7 baseline requirements that NATO defined for resilience, the cybersecurity is one of them. Thus, the continuity of government, the continuity of critical services, and many other issues has put in place and have been put in place, and Ukraine has the power to resist to this war. They were able to continue to work from shelters and to have good communications in comparison with 2014, when communications were really stopped. They couldn't communicate between commanders and soldiers. Now they have the best communication system in the world. And this is due to the solidarity that, first of all, Starlink showed, and also the other countries. I mentioned the program, the NATO program, because NATO has a strong commitment to consolidate and to build and consolidate resilience. You can imagine what can happen if an armament system is hacked, and as a comparison, we can imagine that aircraft carrier has about 6,000 people on board, and his firepower it's huge in comparison with an army, and this level of manning, it's about the level of the Republic of Moldova level. I think we can talk about NATO resilience program. We are also partner with NATO in defining a new layered resilience concept that we host the first NATO seminar on this issue in Bucharest a few weeks ago, and we hope that at the end of the process we will be, EARC, an institution that NATO could count on it in this field. But what Mrs. Mușațean said, it's important to cooperate, and NATO and EU cooperate on this field very much. And this is the secret to have good results on resilience and solidarity. The European Commission President stated in 2021 that if everything is connected, everything can be hacked. Given that resources are scarce, we have to bundle our forces. This is why we need an European cyber defense policy, including legislation setting common standards under a new European Cyber Resilience Act. And to bundle our forces means to be in solidarity. Solidarity is more than a simple cooperation based on mutual agreement, more than an obligation for collaboration stipulated in a national law. Solidarity must be an attitude based on a community of conceptions, feelings, actions, and above all, interests. We already know that cyberspace is an environment characterized by insecurity and asymmetry, with risks and threats that are among the latest in international security. There is a tendency to focus on particular types of threats and vulnerabilities at the expense of the others. In this regard, countries and their responsible organizations need to take a comprehensive approach in their security stance, one which covers external and internal threats and does not ignore environment hazards, financial and operational challenges. After all, they must be in solidarity in order to achieve cyber resilience strength. Cyber resilience is difficult to achieve because cyber infrastructure is vulnerable to a wide range of threats and vulnerabilities that are exploited by sophisticated private and government-linked actors. The purpose of a good resilience policy is to minimize risk to the organization and to maximize defenses while retaining optimal operational control over the business process. At present, anyone can be target of a cyber attack, and the most important state institutions are usually the first targeted, which is why it is necessary to ensure cyber resilience. Since the majority of organizations do not employ security experts with expensive expertise, it is the job of governmental and private sector organizations or experts to shed light on what needs to be done in order to increase cyber resilience. The Cyber Resilience Act, published on 15 of September 2022, aims to improve the security of the European and global digital space, as well as to raise cybersecurity awareness of European consumers. The attitude of solidarity must develop from the common users to the state and international organization. To achieve the goal of cyber resilience, the Commission proposal to install minimal cybersecurity requirements will apply, starting to a wide range of products with a digital element, divided into different product categories. The outcome and the effects will be visible in the near future. In my opinion, in order to protect ourselves better and to create a cyber-resilient environment, the only option is to act together at the European level. A number of critical sectors such as transport, energy, health, and finance have become increasingly dependent on digital technologies to carry out their core business. We can say that the cyber is cross-sector and it's present in every domain. Digitalization offers enormous opportunities and provides solutions to many of the challenges facing Europe, not least during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis, but at the same time exposes the economy and society to cyber threats. Out of the 5 missions of cybersecurity, prevention, protection, response, recovery, resiliency, Organization usually invests primarily in the first two, and the most in the first, while virtually neglecting the other three. But if an attacker managed to bypass the protection and prevention measures, cyber system must be able to withstand the attack and survive it. Due to this complexity of cyber environment, we must therefore improve our level of security collectively. The European Union is proactive in addressing cybersecurity challenges regarding the increase of cyber resilience, combating cybercrime, encouraging cyber diplomacy, consolidating of cyber defense, stimulating research and innovation, and protection of critical infrastructure. In a world increasingly based on cyber services and infrastructure in all aspects of daily life, resilience is an attribute of a society that needs to be built and cultivated. Its member states strongly promote an open, free, stable, and secure cyberspace in which the human rights, fundamental freedoms, and the rule of law are fully respected in the interest of social stability, economic growth, prosperity, and integrity of the free and democratic societies. Also, is working to protect itself against cyber threats from third countries, in particular through a common diplomatic response called the Cyber Diplomatic Toolkit. This response includes cooperation and dialogue at the diplomatic level, preemptive measures against cyber attacks and sanctions. The European Union Cybersecurity Strategy adopted by the European Commission and the European External Action Service in December 2020 strengthens the EU diplomatic response to cyber attacks. I mentioned earlier that NATO-EU cooperation it's important, and this issue has been discussed at the Madrid summit, NATO summit, and there are steps in increasing this cooperation. It's essential to work together, to have a complementary work between NATO and European Union. The Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience has been created in 2022 and started to work in 2021 and started to work in 2022. It's a very young organization, but it has been committed at the NATO summit in 2022 and is part of our government program. We intend to become a hub, interinstitutional hub of expertise, and to represent a platform of strategic dialogue in order to bring to the table all the stakeholders from the government, from the public sector, private sector, academia, in order to provide to the Euro-Atlantic area all the expertise that is needed in the resilience domain. EARC support efforts to increase the resilience of the population to cyber threats by raising awareness of the vulnerabilities, risks, and threats from cyberspace, and the need to ensure the protection of their own information system. Cybersecurity is a topic of interest to the Center, especially in the recent context in which our country is facing an influx of cyber attacks. According with the Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience assessment, in order to build a cyber resilient society, nations have to invest in human resources, redundancies, flexibilities, rapid rebound capabilities, and to create a common frame to act and react. At the end, we consider that the more robust legislative framework and the more adapted it is to the new reality we face, the more institutions, companies, organizations, or states have more tools to respond to cyber threats or of any kind. By strengthening the legislative vertical and create the common frame for solidarity, we will in fact strengthen the cyber resilience. The intention of Euro-Atlantic Center is to become, as I said, a relevant institution for NATO, for EU, but also we are paying attention to be very close to the UN efforts to increase resilience against the climate change and natural disaster. And also, we would like to be a supportive institution to the countries around the Black Sea. This is one of the main pillars of our activities, and we already started to cooperate with Republic of Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia. I can conclude my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and I hope that resilience and solidarity will be in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian, for highlighting some of the allied support efforts in Ukraine, as well as some of the resilience evolutions taking place within the EU, as well as telling us about some of the work and priorities of EARC. We wish you all good luck in your future efforts. I just want to clarify, is Mr. Tomasz Roth with us here? Yeah, okay, wonderful, sir. Then you have the floor.
Hi, good morning, and I'm very happy to be here. I'm not taking part in the boring contest, so, you know, I hope it's not going to be that boring. Although, that's, so I'm coaching tennis, and just to, you know, kind of loosen up the atmosphere here. So, what is the most important item for a coach? A clock, because you have to know when the training starts and when it ends. So, anyway, it's amazing. This conference is amazing. Like a lot of prominent speakers. So that comes like reevaluate why I'm here and what I'm doing here. Someone who is clearly not from the cybersecurity field. I'm myself, like I'm come from. I mean, now I work for the cybersecurity company, but my background is nothing with the cybersecurity. I'm a specialist in East Asian and Arabic and counterterrorism. So completely different field, but somehow I ended up in cyber. It's actually a big loop that it goes. Excuse me, for my that it goes around, and that I'm here. Something that I really a few years ago decided that I'm not going to be in, and I'm here. So in a forensics world. So yeah, I'm happy because Liliana's presentation, Magda's presentation set up the stage on the lieutenants, colonels, excuse me, presentation was also somehow a segue to what I'm going to talk about, because I feel a little bit when we hear and we talk about security, is like because we all want like ultimately improve security, cybersecurity, cyberspace. Excuse me, and this is a little bit for me as an outsider, as like in a conference when a neighborhood wants to improve the security and talks only about the locks, how to improve the locks, and but we have to think about it. I mean, this is a little disclaimer. I'm not talking. I mean, of course, there are like state perpetrators, and this is a little different field. But generally, the motivations of the cyber criminals, and this is like a essential question: why we stopped killing each other at some point? If you see in the history, of course, you know, away from the moral aspect, you know, that is bad, religious, moral, so on, and so on. So one of the main reasons, what I found and what UN actually is claiming is the state monopoly of power, of course, and also the increased reach of the law. It's just you just kind of walk around pretty much and kill someone and just walk away, right? Which comes to the word, the parents, right? And it's just we can protect each other, but it's even more efficient is if people just don't do it, if people just don't kill. And how we can also change this field, right? Also in this, around cyber crime. Well, harsh punishments, right? But harsh punishments are proven ineffective, right? Capital punishment does not decrease homicide, very little. But inavailability of punishment and this imminent punishment after the crime, this is something that is very effective. The same as I talked last night about speeding tickets, right? If we have a, let's say, every time we commit any kind of roads, like you know, don't obey speed limits, and if the punishment is 10,000 euros, but there's only 1% or 2% that we get penalized or we get the speeding ticket, we just, I'll take the chance. I'm 10 minutes late. But if the punishment is, or the ticket is 50 euros, but there's 99% chance that I get fined, I'm just gonna obey every, like, I'm sure I'm not gonna go faster than 50 kilometers per hour through Bucharest. I mean, it's hard, I know, imagine, it's probably 2 o'clock in the morning. There's no way that you can go 50 kilometers an hour in Bucharest, 20, it's a few. So anyway, so this one, that the certainty of being caught is powerful, and also the policing, right? This is very important, that this perception that police is very effective and cracking the crime, it's also a huge huge factor to deter people from committing crime. And yes, I love UK law enforcement for one reason. It's very transparent. It's a little bit, you know, and it's because US law enforcement. I grew up in the US, but it's the problem with the US. They're not very good in collaborating. I mean, you know, the Patriot Act and 9/11 changed a lot. This is the reason I end up doing at the university what I did. But they are not centralized, and UK is perfect because they met, and Anglo-Saxon culture is all about statistics. Statistics is every sport. If you will, US, it's not about watching the sports, it's about watching statistics. And it's great because the way how they see themselves to improve is publishing those statistics and then directing the funds to the fields that they claim critical, and you can track the money actually, how effective the funds were. So this is something the UK police created to report incidents or crime. This is actually, there is two organization, NFIB, which is the National Fraud Intelligence Bureau, and National Cybercrime Units. So they cooperate together. But I know, and also, like, if you look at the statistics about the, you know, the losses, financial losses due to cybercrime, that they somehow skewed by frauds, because sometimes some research, some portals give this like astronomous amounts of losses of billions of dollars, of trillions of dollars, but that includes, for example, a dishonest eBay seller that just happens that they commit the fraud or you know, didn't send you something online, what you purchased online. This sometimes falls into the same category. So anyway, so this is something that that you can report, crime, and eventually that goes to the police, with classified and pursued. And here are some of the statistics again. I looked for those, I think, the last 13 months. So there was around, and bear in mind that 1, I think, in 7 incidents gets only reported. So the number is bigger of the incidents or actually, but that's just, and I already removed from that, or you know, the website or source that I got this information from. So I just concentrate on cybercrime. So I removed fraud out of it. So it's 31,000 reports. Out of them, they actually, any kind of dissemination was at 13,000. So it's around roughly 30%. Police was able to pursue around 4,000 cases, but any judicial outcome, only 2%. Only 2%. This is exactly the odds I was talking about, 2%. So, and this comes, and I just, that comes the first one, that's the NFIB, and I compare the numbers with NSCC U, and they're pretty much the same, because, you know, I like to double check the data. So they're happy because they issued 123 packages last year, which is ready cases, right? That's 123, and they're happy because last year was 115. So that's nothing. This is nothing. It's really, when you look at the amount of incidents, right? So why it happened? Like, why it's happening? We talk a lot about people being overwhelmed with amount of data to be analyzed, and how little of trained people are out there in the market. And it's not going to change. Like Emre, I think you said like 6 months to hire one person, right? It's not going to change. Money isn't going to change, right? Even demographics, if like, you know, all of a sudden, that's not going to change. It's just.
Kebab changes a little bit.
Huh?
The tomahawk or the kebab or the football. Seriously, like I was asking that.
Yeah, but I think we're not going to train them faster. Like the data is growing, like, you know.
You're completely right.
So that's not, and also the sources of data are so different. So before, like, I don't know, like when I was a student, all we did is analyzing, you know, laptops. That's it. And that's why I didn't want to, like, for almost 20 years go into forensics, because those, like, at the university sitting this, I felt like, you know, going through these cases and hours spent on watching some stuff, pictures, whatever. And in the end, like, you know, I was tired and I don't see anything. I just created like a book of stupid things, like writing, I opened the files and describing everything. And in the end, I didn't see anything, and I just give to someone, can you look at it? Because I'm so bored and I'm so sick of what I'm watching and I'm looking at, I just can't come to any conclusion. And then the guy would come and then, of course, solve the case. And so, like, yeah, you missed this, missed that. So anyway, that's what's happening right now, right, in the forensics field. Like if you come to someone's house and, you know, with a warrant and seize assets, you end up with not like 500 gigabytes, you end up with terabytes of data. Because as I said, from the Xbox, tablets, everything carries some data, including the car.
Printer.
Yeah, but that's the reality. That's the reality. And if we have those cases with Magdalena is Polish.
Actually, my name is Magdalena.
Magdalena, okay, sorry. So it's pretty much, it's with those complicated cases, right? So when there have multiple arrests, that's crazy. That's how many people, like each of this person had at least one car, as I said, like they have multiple, because we're talking about cybercrime. This is not one guy with one laptop and USB stick, right? So, and plus the cloud data, that's another thing. That's the lawyer's thing, jurisdictions and so on. But as an examiner and as an investigator, you have to somehow collect the evidence that is defensible and can be used in a court, right? And by the way, I look at the numbers for Romania, and I think last year was around 4,000 some cases, notification to the police, And I think something like, if I apply the same numbers, there should be like around 20-something indictments or judicial actions. But I think it wasn't, or I don't know this, but I just look for the police statistics. And so that's just, and that's how it looks then in reality. If you come to forensics labs, there are huge backlogs. We're not talking about like weeks, we're talking about years. Like I was in one case in Poland, I was involved in one case in Poland when I think the case is from 2012, 2013, so it's 10 years now. I think last year, finally, they were able to analyze a cell phone that was seized 2013 or 2012. I don't remember.
Battery was still working?
Yeah. No, but that's crazy. It was actually internal case. At the time, I was working for the Motorola Solutions, and there was a huge corruption case for the Polish police, and I was a part of it because Motorola Solutions is actually, of course, critical communication, and yeah, it was just a big bust. Anyway, and that's like the one thing in my case. Personal case, that was actually good because then I was just off the hook. That I was not part of it. All right. And how do you reduce the backlog? And we talk a lot about the collaboration and solidarity. That's exactly the word, collaboration, because nowadays cybercrime, also for the state perpetrators. Like, let's take North Korea. North Korea hackers, they're everywhere. They're not, waging a war over there. This is mainly to get financial resources because they embargoed. So what they do stealing, ransomware, cryptocurrencies. Police doesn't have those resources to analyze cryptocurrencies, crypto world, and digital assets world. And if we want to indict someone, so we need to have we need to include specialists outside of the police world, right? We need why, like in the counterterrorism field, from the country, like Dutch tax office was one of the most efficient agencies to track terrorist connections because they follow the money, but they include this. No, they not just rely on the intelligence and military intelligence. They include like outside resources, and they're still amazing. You know, Emre, I think we talked about, no, not with you, about Dutch authorities. They are one of the examples of collaboration, how to work together. And as I said, the collaboration is the key. But the other aspect is this speed. So we need the automation. We can't wait for the guy from the SOC guy to drive there and like, okay, now is the time to start collecting the evidence, forensics. No, this has to be like somehow automated and immediately, even if there is suspicion. Later is the time to analyze it, which is like, right or not. But first, you need to automate it, collection, and then a simplification. If we want to include people outside of the cyber world and forensics, to look at the stuff and decide if this is a viable case, we need to simplify because they're not forensic specialists. We need simple tools to enhance collaboration between specialists outside of the cyber world. So I would conclude here. I'm sure I didn't keep the watch, but I won't charge for the extra. So. Yeah, thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm out there somewhere roaming around, and have a successful rest of the conference. And yeah, I'm sure Romania is in good hands when I listen to you guys in terms of cybersecurity. Technical part, definitely. Thank you very much.
I have to say, Tomasz, although you may have decided at some point that you did not want to do this, we are really privileged to have you in this field. So, primarily my congratulations for your courage. You tackled the main questions of philosophy and social sciences ever since a certain individual called Socrates went down to a harbor and his students started to write about it. We are all concerned, and we have constantly been concerned about the question how to not kill each other. But the second thing, and this is a key point that I'm taking, is the question how can we reproduce the level of deterrence existing on the street due to policing within cyberspace. And although I don't think any of us has an answer to that right now, I do know that it can be done in accordance with human rights, the rule of law, fundamental freedoms, because it's conducted so by police right now in real life. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. And I now give the floor to Arina Bărgăoanu from CNSP.
Thank you for applauding me before even giving the speech, which is quite a thing. I will talk a little bit about disinformation. And really, my approach to disinformation perfectly fits this kind of setting. Thank you for the organizers for allowing time to talk about disinformation in the context of a cybersecurity conference, because definitely my theoretical, my conceptual stand on the topic is that disinformation is mainly a cyber risk, an online risk. To be more precise, it is a technological problem, mainly a technological problem, but whose solution is not solely technological, but it is technological, psychological, political, and social at the same time. So based on these things, I will invite you to reflect on everything that has been said by the previous speakers. And literally everything that has been said by the previous speakers can be applied, and my opinion is that it should be applied to tackling disinformation. Talking about disruption of the infrastructure, doing deterrence, private-public partnership, arming the analyst, considering malware as a service, disinformation as a service. So really everything that has been said before can and again should be applied to fighting disinformation. This is why if the moderator pressures me to finish on time, I can go directly to the last slide. So pay attention to everything that has been said, applied to the fight against disinformation. And my last slide says that no action is not an option, and complacency is our most formidable adversary. But since I still have some 5 minutes to go through my presentation, I will very, very briefly, again, and this is very serious, really, literally everything that has been said about cyber attacks, about cyber influence operations, can and should be applied to fighting disinformation. Again, with the caveat that fighting disinformation is even more complicated than fighting cyber attacks, because again, this is a technological problem mainly, but whose solution is not only technological, but is technological, political, psychological, and social at the same time. So I will talk very briefly about whose job is it. I mean, who is in charge with fighting disinformation. I cut to the chase of the problem. Then I will present very briefly a project which is currently implementing in Romania, which is based on this conceptual line, and again with some final remarks. So again, cutting to the chase of the problem, to the core of the problem, I definitely think that in order to fight disinformation, we are talking about a collective responsibility, which implies solidarity, partnership between the institutions and the stakeholders that you can see on the slide, a collective responsibility between the military, the intelligence, the political decision makers, the data scientists, journalists, fact checkers, and I will put, based on Magda's presentation, the legal experts. Sorry for missing you, but I will improve my presentation. So I think that in order to fight disinformation, what is required is an interinstitutional approach, a transdisciplinary and interdisciplinary approach, In a more normal language, it means that you have to put together the data scientists, the cyber experts, the social scientists, the journalists, the political decision makers. Otherwise, you are always falling behind, as you have rightly pointed at the beginning of the presentation. And again, it looks like I have improvised my slides based on your presentation. It definitely, what is definitely needed is the partnership between the public and the private sector, because again, referring back to Magda's presentation, the digital commons that are used in order to spread this information are mostly private, meaning corporate, and private, meaning our mobile phones, for example. So we definitely need this kind of private-public partnership. And again, to cut to the chase of the problem, I put here a quote which is from 2018, but which is still valid today, that we have to move away from treating this as a problem, as giving people some better facts or fighting some bots. And I think I quite endorse this idea that we need to fight disinformation and to treat it as a fight for the integrity of our information structures, ecosystems, which should be considered equally as critical as the integrity of our financial services infrastructure. And going a little bit deeper into this, we do not expect people to find fake money, for example. Let's say, why haven't you been attentive paying with fake money? In order to fight counterfeit money, of course, we have strong institutions, because once counterfeit money is into the system, this creates inflation, poverty, confusion, and stuff like this. So I greatly endorse this comparison between the integrity of the information infrastructure, public opinion infrastructure, and the integrity of financial services, for example. And possible responses, I have here a very long and boring list, and I have become bored with this list, I must admit. But I put here a list of possible responses, and again, many are definitely in line with what you have presented with great insight. It is not an order of importance. Maybe it is a matter of timing. So, for example, I would start with early monitoring and detection system, because again, if we embrace the comparison between cyber attacks and the influence operations, I think that you have to be on the spot to detect them, to see the computers that have been hacked, to see VIPs, to see the local actors, how they infiltrate this kind of infrastructure. Because again, I think that we conceive disinformation as a persuasion effort. I do not think that contemporary disinformation is a persuasion effort. It doesn't seek to convince you of anything, but my understanding is that disinformation seeks to hack the terms of public conversation. It seeks to hack the mainstream media, and then it seeks to hack the legitimate concerns. And once this is happening, I think that you simply cannot fight it. Another possible solutions, early attribution. If you do attribution 3 years after the terms of the public conversations are there, it is completely useless. This is why I put there early attribution. And my favorite example, I have repeated it obsessively in conference, is about the hacking of the public conversation, for example, with the Nazi frame, which was one of the most prominent frames used during the pandemic. The green pass is a Nazi pass. The people who are not vaccinated should wear the yellow Star of David. That the lockdown measures are Nazi measures. And again, we have grown used to this kind of conversation to talk about these measures as being Nazi. And of course, maybe it is simply a matter of timing. We can notice that the Nazi frame is one of the strongest adversarial narratives used in the context of the Ukraine. It is simply one of the three main adversarial narratives, but the human mind has been hacked before. I'm talking here about early attribution. Now it is completely useless to say that the Nazi frame is a frame driven by Russian influence operations. It doesn't convince anyone. It's okay, so what? Because we have grown used to it. On the list of possible responses, I put there fact-checking. And fact-checking done right, I think that it helps. There are so many people saying that people are not convinced by facts, indeed, but I think that fact-checking puts a pressure on leaders in order to have a more based public conversation. So again, the discussion is very, very long. You should do awareness, literacy, and education, of course. The role of the platforms cannot be underscored enough in terms of content moderation. You have to involve the mainstream media because, again, the goal of influence operations is to hack mainstream media. I think that it is not the list is very, very important, but I think what you have on the slide, that none of this works separately. I think that one of the biggest errors when talking about fighting disinformation is to choose, to pick and cherry. Okay, I like to do fact-checking, and I will do fact-checking, and this will solve the problem. I think that what works, this is my deepest conviction, is that integration works, timing works, and establishing priorities between all these kinds of measures. And again, to add to the complexity of the conversation, what works is to do these kind of things in a transnational way, because just like cyber attacks, these are not local attacks, but they are cross-border and they are transnational. Just 2 more slides about early detection system, why they are very useful. And again, in a pointed combination with all the other measures, they are very important in order to do attribution, and again, to do early attribution when this can have some persuasive effects, in order to build awareness, in order to convince people, including high-level decision makers, that disinformation exists, and in order to do digital containment. Again, my deepest conviction is that once influence operations, which are digitally in their source, once they go to the mainstream media, they are almost impossible to be dealt with. Again, maybe this sounds a little bit too pessimistic, but this is my experience with disinformation, that once these influence operations go out of the digital realm to the mainstream media, it is already too late. And about literacy and empowerment, we talk endlessly about literacy and empowerment, but I think that we should pay attention to what it is in red there. We should start with this kind of literacy endeavors for high-level decision makers. And again, by literacy, I do not mean some training on how to identify what is true and what is false. This is completely beside the point, but I think that we should do digital literacy, social media literacy, algorithm literacy. I have grown tired, for example, excuse my frustration, with talking with people in high positions saying, look what is happening on WhatsApp, for example, and the answer is that I get is, I do not use WhatsApp. Okay. There is a nice project which is currently implementing in Romania right now, but I will skip it. So going back to whose job it is, again, we are talking about a collective responsibility which should be transnational. It is completely relevant that one country in the European Union, for example, Finland, is very resilient, and some other countries are very poorly resilient, because in the end it is about a EU response. Again, it is a shared responsibility between institutions, between the people who govern and the people who are governed, so we shouldn't forget about literacy of the regular person. And the 2 points that, again, if you put pressure on me to finish the presentation earlier, my last 2 points is that no action is definitely not an option, and that complacency is our most formidable adversary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I do note the counter pressure put on me not putting pressure, which is a brilliant counteraction strategy, but the point is we now have 13 minutes for a debate. So that was my legitimate concern. With regards to the debate itself, I will ask speakers to note that each table has a microphone. It should be on. If questions are asked from the room, I would ask them to use that microphone and not move all the way here. And sorry, I plan to abuse my role a bit by asking the first question. Disinformation, primarily a cyber risk. This is a strong assertion. And I'm slightly personally confused about what it means. Because at the first glance, I was thinking about it being primarily a cyber risk only in terms of impact, but you'd have actually done the analogy between hacking and disinformation. Now, hacking, I'm struggling a bit, and could you clarify a bit? When hacking occurs in cyberspace, it generally refers to a particular target that we can kind of conceptually identify as being a perimeter or distinguish from the rest of cyberspace itself. So what would be the target in this hacking operation in the informational environment? And two, hacking tends to stop when it's stopped. And this actually doesn't apply in the same way. Stopping a disinformation operation might actually and make it go back to the persuasion part. So how do we, first of all, how do we assess targets in disinformation hacking? And second of all, would the analogy between ending a cyber operation and ending a disinformation operation stand?
It is on, right? Thank you very much. Of course, we are talking about metaphors and analogies, but definitely I think that everything that the cyber industry has understood about dealing with cyber attacks can and should be applied in order to fight disinformation. From this point of view, I have particularly liked the Microsoft report on Ukraine, which really described the recipes for disinformation. The narratives are planted on the fringes of the internet space, for example. At the beginning, there are some trolls who spread this kind of narratives, and we try to ignore them, or who cares about this crazy person. After that, they are left dormant, and again with the comparison with the hacking, and they are used in the context of high-level events. Let me give you, so again, this is a metaphor, and in the end, it is about hacking the human mind, which is the true international battlefield. Let me give you a very recent example why we are talking. There is a narrative which is spreading on WhatsApp, so behind that, without our knowledge, about the fact that, for example, in Ukraine, it is not the Ukrainians who are fighting, but we are talking about some Polish guys, some Polish mercenaries who fight on the ground. So we have no idea about it. It was put on the fringe of the internet by some American source, which my assumption is a certain type of acid. After that, it is translated in Romania, and it is planted on the fringe of the internet. After that, it starts to circulate on WhatsApp. After that, a journalist who is frustrated or who is looking for audience gets this kind of topic, and he put it in a very doubtful way. I'm not sure whether this is happening, but I encourage you to do your own research. Maybe this kind of phrase sounds very familiar. And after that, you hear it on primetime TV that it is possible that actually in Ukraine there are some Polish guys who are fighting. And again, this doesn't happen by chance, but it is connected with the other main narrative about the dirty bombing. So while you are speaking, this kind of narrative is gaining traction even without our knowledge. And when it goes to the primetime TV, it is already, I think, too late in order to fight it and to debunk it. And what to say? No, these are no Ukrainians. If you start fighting and debunking it, you are already amplifying it, and again, the important thing is that we discuss about it, we express the doubt that maybe there are some Polish guys, who knows, because there is a lot of uncertainty. So this is a very recent example, which is 2 or 3 days ago, and I'm sure that most of us have no idea that this is happening.
Thank you. Just a bit of comment on this. The cybersecurity is about security in the cyberspace, including the communication. And the disinformation is both a purpose and a tool in this context. For instance, deepfake. Deepfake is used for disinformation. Deepfake is created and promoted and distributed via cyber tools. You know, so that's one approach. Another one is disinformation might be the way in. For instance, the Lazarus group, which is backed up by North Korean state, used as a luring scenario, creating fake profiles of cybersecurity experts and befriending cybersecurity experts to get knowledge and get in. So they tricked the experts to get in. They used this information to advance their cyber threats and their cyber criminal purposes. So it works both ways. It is there. Yeah, thank you.
I can continue with something that shall open a bit your minds. This information is not something related to cybersecurity by itself. It's there since we are born. Our parents tried to disinform us, but now it's linked to misinformation propaganda, and that we lived in Romania heavily. What the means now are different, and are so mischievous. Let's take elections. Every 4 years, we've seen what happened in US, we've seen what happened in UK. They have tried the same thing with France. We know that they have tried also here, more in the Eastern Europe. They are trying heavily with Moldavia, and they will continue to do it in Ukraine. This is a cycle that starts before the elections, minimum 2 years, and is in the mind of every single child in school. Don't trust. That's why I said trust is the first thing. And the methods used are coming from food, from vaccines, from the basic things, until they arrive to that level. And is used for what? The states that are behind all this propaganda, misinformation, and disinformation, they have strategies to destroy different elements in which we believe, values. Now, core value is unity. We are in a union. We are in a partnership. So what do they want to destroy? What we like the most? What we fight it the most? So where we have to be careful and where we have to do something about it is that for probably the first time in many decades before, we have to say it. And here is where the most important part of what Alina is doing and what Microsoft is doing with all this cyber threat intelligence, what Mandant of this world is doing, is that we shall talk, those that we know, we shall not keep it. For the first time in the history of Europe, in 2020 was the first attribution of sanctions against one of the big bears of this world, and that's why we triggered the sanction package. And in case you don't know who's doing attribution, is the COREPER group, which is led in the council, and there the timing that Alina mentioned is essential. We've seen that at the operational level, that we've seen the hackers, we've seen the modus operandi, we talked to the SOC analyst, but until the moment it arrives to the table of decision makers, until the moment everybody arrives to a consensus, it's already late. That's why what we have to do is the rapid response. And I think what the Directorate of Cybersecurity in Romania is doing now, it's essential. It's trying to put all this information, the clear one, the clean one, and to share with the others where are the real sources of this information coming from.
Mihai, you asked the right question, and
I try, you know.
Liliana said something. She said, Mandiant did this, the best company in terms of research, especially response. And everyone knows Mandiant was compromised, and they were the one, and yes, they were talking about it, and SolarWinds was there for 9 months. So they compromised the system 9 months before they decided to do something about it, and then Mandiant, long story. And so the point is, you need to assume breach. You know, you will be breached at some point, and probably everyone is breached. And the dwell time, we are trying to decrease the dwell time, and so that's the main problem, right? We shouldn't forget that they are somehow gonna get in. the malware as a service, ransomware as a service, the Ryuk ransomware. You know, we had this interesting domain name. It ends with nuri.com. Come to me after and I can show it to you. And it was being part of 4 different ransomware groups, and including the club ransomware. And I actually went to their dark web. They were showing $83 billion, a very famous company, and they hacked the laptop of an HR person, it seems, and they got all these passport photos. They were just posting it on the dark web with a big TZ file at the bottom, and they were talking about, hey, if you really want to get, so it's a double extortion attack. They do the ransomware, they go to that company, give me this much. They're like, no, we're gonna come back from the backup, don't worry, you know. Okay, you're not gonna pay me what I want, so I'm gonna sell this thing on the dark market. So that's the situation we are in. So your information will be out there in the open at some point. So how fast do you detect this, and what you do after you detect it is, I guess, more critical.
No, for what it's worth, I agree with the strong interaction between what we would consider now informational space and cyberspace itself, with two major caveats. First, the term cyberspace that we use and the division that we use is a choice. And it is a choice different from how, let's say, our Russian adversaries or even China is seeing this altogether. They do not differentiate the existence of a cyberspace from the general informational space, because we promote the idea of a cyberspace in order to protect rights within it. That's actually our main motivation in doing that. And the second thing is, if you look at state-run cyber operations, they normally have data as an object, but seldom they have it as an objective. So the two are actually mixed together very well. And Ukraine might actually teach us that cyber doesn't have 3 dimensions, but 4. But that is the beginning of a very long theoretical debate on what cyber is. Yeah, but maybe a specific conference to it. Are there any questions, any other questions from the audience? Please.
I'm associate professor at National University and European expert in the European Defense Fund. So it's crystal clear that we are moving to Industry 4.0. That's clear for everybody. And I think we missed to refer a very important concept, industrial Internet of Things, which somehow, from my position, is rebalancing the cyberspace from IT to OT. I mean, from information technology to operational technology, which means different stuff, which involves SCADA systems, actuators, sensors, and the other resilience policy that should be, we all together, academia or state bodies should work together to help SMEs, small, medium enterprises. Thank you.
Anybody want to pick up on that? I thank you for your comment. I mean. Yes, I took that as a comment, as an advice. Did I understand that correctly?
I agree.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. I'm going to address the news of the week, the deal what is made with Twitter, and Twitter is not going to be for long a public company, and maybe Mr. Musk will go to drop the voluntary moderation service that was part of the platform. I'm going to ask our panel, and especially Alina, if they are going to advise the European Commission and European states to take an action on this, to go for the company or go for the users, and maybe in the future we're going to see some technical measures specific to cybersecurity applied on the service of Twitter or any other companies that has this volume of activity and users. Thank you.
It's about Elon Musk. It will be another conference really to talk about some unpredictable moves and some actions, including rhetorical questions. But my point about Twitter is already one of the marginal platforms. And there is a growing body of research showing that TikTok, for example, is one of the most prominent platforms, and also a very, very interesting, a very big cluster of smaller platforms that are putting a question to the challenge. So there are traditional platforms and newcomers. So the ecosystem is much more diversified. In terms of the European measures taken at the level of the European Union, I am definitely very familiar with this because in 2019 I was part of the high-level expert group on fake news and disinformation, which put out a report at the end of 2018 that was taken on board by the European Commission, and it was turned into a self-regulation, co-regulation instrument to which some of the platforms signed to. It has a updated version in 2022, so it has an updated version. I think that this is the strong instrument, but the problem is, for example, in Romania, we do not know anything about it, and we do not use it. I am not aware of any kind of public letter written to the platforms, which should be assumed by some sort of an interinstitutional body in Romania, to write to Facebook, for example, in order to put down some really crazy stuff which is still on the platform. So the instruments are there, but I think that we do not use them properly all the time. And also talking about the measures implemented by the European Commission, we have the Digital Service Act, which should be on your slides too in terms of dealing with cyber threats, because there is an important body of knowledge there about the measures that can be implemented by the member states to ask the platforms to provide for transparency, to provide regular reports, how many fake accounts they have disabled, what kind of inauthentic behavior they have detected, and what they have done about it. But again, in order for the member state to use this kind of provisions, they have to have the big data in place, the big data monitoring in order to provide evidence, and then to use them as a reputational instrument in order to deal with the platforms. Romania alone in conversation with Facebook, Twitter is simply non-existent, and I do not want to make controversial statements here, but I think that this is the way it is. But I think that invoking these kind of regulations and co-regulation, I think that we should have a better, I am definitely convinced that we would be in a better position in order to enter a conversation with the big platforms. So to make it more precise, the instruments are there. This is my deep conviction. Maybe I'm biased. The idea is to understand them and to use them using the technical tools. You talked a lot about automation, and you can do automatic detection of narrative analysis, for example. We do not have to have 1,000 people who are trained in detecting these kind of things, but you can definitely automate it and to come up with very early reports and to signal, okay, this is happening, this is cross-border, this is spread by inauthentic behavior on the platform. So the instruments are there.
Maybe because, yeah, this conversation about fighting misinformation, disinformation, it just really makes me want to cry, because this is something since like 20-something years plus, the same discussion. Yeah, because this is it's crazy because we get discussing the same things that were valued in, I don't know, like during the Cultural Revolution in China. That's how, like, here in Eastern Europe, we were really, you know, so to speak, privileged because we lived into this when the communists completely destroyed the values, discriminate the elites, make people don't like. The thing is with moderation of information that we start, so the moment we put some boundaries online and says like, no, it's not true or something, or we try to eliminate certain sources of information out of this public space, what happens? They attack immediately the authorities that made the decision and discriminated. This is exactly what the communists did, you know, the Soviets, then the Chinese, and this is something that I, like my first year of East Asian, when I studied Chinese, and what we did, because the whole discussion between China violating human rights, according to China, US and Western world is violating human rights more than China. And if you go to the General Assembly documents, yes, according to UN, US is worse, or the Western world is worse, has a worse record of human rights than China. Because they just, you know, and this is exactly the same discussion. And the internet, I mean, the world didn't change. The human mind didn't change for the last 100 years. Just the mean of spreading information changed, and the pace. And the internet arrived. Everyone thought like, oh, this is, we talk a lot about fact checking, right? So what people do, they go internet and just looking to confirm what they already know. And that's it, that's what's happening. So even if we put like, you know, and this is something, I know, I sound like, it's a very Cassandraic what I'm saying, but, property, but yeah, we can apply a lot of technical issues, but this is still, the core is in education. Initiative, and also another thing, because that made me confused. I lived in China for 12 months in Xinjiang region, and I was really confused because I really, you know, I understood, like I still believe I understand the Chinese, how they think. And then I was really confused, like what's right? If we should accept it, what's my identity? I'm right, they're right, I don't know, everyone can do whatever they want. And then my professor in Switzerland, he said like, yes, we just need to be a little bit, how to speak, ignorant. Ignorant and yeah, this is, I missed the word, but yeah, we have to stick to our values and just believe in them. And they just have to be firm values. That's what the European Union is trying to, you know, because we have a problem with identity in the West, or in the Eastern Europe is also very problematic. Problematic of trust. This is our that's also Eastern European kind of problem for many years in economy, because the economy is built on trust. You know, that's why when there's in Western economies, there's a lot of trust in the US, in the UK, in Germany, where the people cooperate because they're not afraid, because they trust each other. Here in Eastern Europe, we have a problem with it. And also, Emre, this is great. We talk about it, about people in SOC being afraid to submit the research result. This is exactly what's it's Eastern Europe. I did some school. I mean, I started my early years of school in Poland, but that's the mentality that you are penalized for doing wrong things. So you're not teaching kids at school. Promoting being proactive, like, hey, I want to do this, I want to try this, I want to do this, and this. No, you come and you get penalized and you get punished for doing wrong things. So what happens? And you sit and you just like, unless you like asked, or unless you, this is the same things happening in China. That's why that kills creativity, a lot of things. This is very kind of like a grassroots work that has to be done. But that's we have to be away from, and this is the only way to increase or solidarity. So that we are not afraid of you know, get away from this mentality, being like, you know, this is okay to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong, really.
If I might kindly cut in on this, I would simply like to highlight that our wonderful audience is digging deep into their pause, into their break. So I would suggest that we give a round of applause to our speakers, and if conversations are to happen, they should happen individually. Thank you, and thank you to our speakers in this panel.
Thanks everybody for coming.
Nee, iedereen. Kan een beetje sterker, hè? Met hoofdletters en ook cijfers.
Laat, met een hoofdletter, de ridder binnen. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ook met speciaal tekens.
Laat, met een hoofdletter, de ridder binnen. 1, 2, 3, 4. Underscore, slash, hashtag, schuine streep, komma, dubbelpunt, uitroepteken, uitroepteken, uitroepteken.
Die een hashtag. Was dat voor dat uitroepteken?
Ja.
Staan al.
Hallo jongen, hoe kan dat nou? Kom polyester, we zijn hier weg.
Die hebben we goed liggen, ja.
Wachtwoorden zijn niet meer van deze tijd. Bescherm je online account met 2-stapsverificatie. Meer info op safeonweb.be.
Wachtwoord. Hallo Rood, amusement.
Let's imagine for a moment. If you acted the same way offline as you do online, you'd go to the wrong places. Without a second thought. You'd give your private information to anyone who asks for it.
Excuse me, would you please tell me your name, last name, and address?
Would you be enticed by such too good to be true offers if you saw them in the offline world? Of course not. So stay away. Stay smart, both offline and online. And if you do come across phishing attacks, you should always report them and share with friends and family.
Phishing can come in all shapes and sizes and can be seen in different costumes. It may be behind one of those pop-ups with irresistible offers. Or it could be an email or a phone call from cyber criminals pretending to be your bank. And it could even be a mobile message, like this one, from someone pretending to be your friend, asking you for money urgently. How horrible! This can't be true! Almost believed it. Remember, keep your eyes wide open. Cyber criminals' main goals are to get your personal and professional information, especially your login data. Don't get hooked.
Is your password your cat's name? Do you use it for everything? Big mistake. A strong password like this considerably reduces your chances of a phishing attack. You have to make it difficult for cyber criminals. Do you find using a different password for everything you do online confusing? Use a password manager like this. The password manager keeps your passwords safe and properly organized. I also recommend activating two-factor authentication whenever possible. You know, like when you get a code sent to your mobile phone so that you can access a service. By using a strong, safe password, you won't have to constantly change your cat's name. Isn't that right, Simba?
Do you always access your bank account from your mobile or tablet? I knew it. Of course, it's much more comfortable.
everyone. My name is Cristian Priboi. I am a cybersecurity coordinator within the Romanian National Cybersecurity Directorate. As my role in the Directorate as a cybersecurity coordinator in the General Project and Expertise Division, I had the honor of implementing the first Horizon 2020 project at the institution level. A project called Geiger, which aims to strengthen cybersecurity for SMEs. But this is just only one of our many projects that we're implementing at DNSC level. And I can only say it has been a great advantage for us to be a part of an international consortium and to be a part of an international team that has to deliver integrated solution at the end of the project. This field is very important at national level, especially regarding cybersecurity, since we are the Bucharest Cybersecurity Conference, and we have a very interesting panel for you today. We have, starting from right, Mr. Mihai Guranda, who is a project coordinator for the Horizon 2020 IRIS project on behalf of DNSC. Then we have Mr. Cristinel Bărbulescu. He is a senior manager consultant with Electrica. Next to him is Mrs. Ana Maria Bușoniu, General Director within OIPSI. Mr. Viorel Vurturescu, General Director with MCID, Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitalization. And next to me is Jason Tsioutis, who is Project Manager of the Horizon 2020 Cityscape project on behalf of the Institute of Communication and Computer Systems from Greece. Also with us is Mrs. Monica Caballero Galiote. She is a second project coordinator on behalf of Entity Data Spain, and she is joining us online, this being a hybrid session. We are a little behind schedule, and I would like to propose a slight change in the presentations that we'll have in this panel, and I would like to ask my colleague, Mr. Mihail Guranda, to present our role in the IRIS project.
Yes, hello everybody. First of all, I want to thank you for the persons who are present with us also in this room, but also the persons from online. Okay, so coming again. So thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this panel. It is an honor for me, and I want to thank you again for the persons who are now with us in this room, and with the persons that are online with us. So the IRIS project, yes, okay. IRIS project is a project which was developed under the Horizon project funds from the European Commission. National Cybersecurity Directorate is a partner in this project, and of course, with us are the big partners from Thales, Atos, ECC, Innov, which are developing together this project. Why IRIS project, and what is the motivation of this project? Because the main task for us is to put together artificial intelligence, machine learning, against cyber threats, which are are increasing this time, and as well this kind of attacks which are based also on artificial intelligence and machine learning. In the same time, all the information which we collect through a platform which are integrating artificial intelligence and machine learning will be a benefit for all the CERTs and CSERTs network from the European Union. Of course, one other important thing is that the information which will be created through this platform will be free of charge for everybody. IRIS timetable is like this. It's starting in 2021 when the project was written and approved. After that, this year we developed the core technologies of the IRIS. Next year, 2023, we starting to validate what we create in this platform, and in 2024 the project ends. The methodology of the IRIS is that we try to obtain all the requirements from the end users. End users will be, of course, some pilot cases in 3 main cities from Tallinn, Helsinki, and Barcelona in the public transport, which are, of course, this platform will prepare the autonomous transport from this city. So coming again to the objectives, which are more detailed on these slides, is that we are trying to identify all the possibilities of detecting and threatening a platform such as this, which are against all the attacks based on artificial intelligence and machine learning, because it's something new. And these cities will try to be a pioneer in these fields around with other cities which are a little bit mature over the ocean in the United States. Another topic which is very important in this IRIS is that we are trying to develop cyber range activities where all the certs and the CSerts are invited to test this platform and to demonstrate and validate that what we created there, it's working. And of course, all the beneficiaries are not only the certs and CSerts. After all the cities which want to implement this kind of platforms and are willing to do this, they can use this kind of information we created on this IRIS project. Sorry, thank you. So the IRIS architectures is based on collaborative threat intelligence and automated threat analytics and virtual cyber range. This is the IRIS architectures. And through this, coming back to this, collaborative threat intelligence, it's an interface for dissemination of taxonomies of IoT and artificial intelligence threats. We are trying to develop to be an intuitive threat intelligence for all the human being and to be very accessible for everyone. Of course, but the main task is for the certs and the CSerts, the technical guys. We hope to reach at the end some information which will be, let's say, will be a top one, because these artificial intelligence and machine learning vectors, which are now very, very difficult to be detected, through this platform to have the capability to detect this kind of attacks and to stop them, of course. Because the transport, the public transport, as I said, it is very important, and that's why we are testing in the Barcelona, sorry, in Tallinn, thank you, and in Helsinki. In all these slides, you can see how the IRIS platform works, together with the public transport and the threat actors, and how we try to reach the attacks, to respond to them, to collect, and to prevent them in all these 3 scenarios. And how the information is disseminated as well with the CERT and CSerts. That's it. Thank you very much. If there are any questions.
Thank you, Mihai. You are now excused to go to the other panel, because I know they really need you there, and thank you for the presentation. Fortunately, I know all the projects that we are involved in, and also Iris has been very important for us, because the very interesting things in all these Horizon 2020 projects is that you have to come in with a tool that is state-of-the-art, and at the end of the project, your tool has to become beyond state-of-the-art. So if you have something that already works, it's pretty challenging to find innovation in it, but I think that we will manage it. I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Viorel Vulturescu on behalf of the Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitalization, and he is actually the Director of Community Programs, International Relations and Protocol. Mr. Vulturescu, your floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Christian. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this event. I'm very glad to tell you a few words about what we're calling community programs. Apparently, the name of the directorate that I'm heading off is quite sophisticated, but we're dealing, in fact, with European affairs and international relations. And one of the, let's say, main activities in our directorate is to deal with what we call Horizon Europe program. What is Horizon Europe? Is the community, is the EU main instrument to implement the scientific policies. Although the budget seems to be impressive, almost 100 million euros for 7 years, is not so much, because this budget, it's about 5 to 6, maybe 7% of the whole amount that member states invest in research. And I like to stress the word invest and not spend. Money in research are investments, not expenditures. Because from investments, we are expecting to get back something, even though we're talking about fundamental science or pre-competitive or even innovation. We've seen here, and the previous speaker presented one of the Horizon 2020 projects. And you have to think a little bit, let's say, in an integrated manner. Horizon is the so-called framework EU program for research. The first framework program started when I was a kid, back in 1981. Why? Because what at that time was the European Union, the common market, felt the need to have an instrument to deal with common, let me call it, threats, like health, climate change, probably at that time, to a less extent, cybersecurity, but it was in an early phase, aging population, what we call today global challenges. So from FP1 to Horizon Europe, we had FP2, FP3, FP4, FP5. I was born professionally in FP5, and since then, me and the team that I'm coordinating, we are dealing with framework program. As I told you, we have to think in an integrated manner. Framework program was rebranded after FP7 was Horizon 2020, and now it's called Horizon Europe. But the framework program is working in an integrated manner with other programs. And in your area, in our area, we have to see also Digital Europe program. While Horizon is the research program, Digital Europe is more targeted towards an implementation. So a new technology, a new product, a new service born in Horizon might be implemented with community support from Digital Europe program. And in this respect, my colleague and friend, Ana Maria, will tell you a few words about how the European Commission and Romania, because Romania is co-funding those centers, is supporting you to get stronger and stronger and to defend us as the citizen, as the institutions, private, public institutions, and we have to live better and safer. Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe are, let's say, quite large programs, are dealing with various areas. But you have to think Horizon 2020 in 3 pillars: fundamental research, pre-competitive, and innovation. Either you are a company or a public institution, you have to look to the whole portfolio, but of course you have to start with your main area. If you're a company, probably you will have the first look in innovation, in European Innovation Council, where companies are, let's say, the most expected players and the most expected actors in this program. Why? Because they are, let's say, taking research results from the fundamental part and turn it into products and innovation. Maybe not all, but some of them, probably the most, let's say, interesting and the closer to the market. And then with some investments, we have new products and new technologies. A few important things. We in the Ministry of Research are dealing with Horizon Europe program. What we can do for you? First, to find some partners across the EU, and why not? There is a network of national contact points that is at your service to find partners based on your idea, to support you in, let's say, identify the right topic where you can apply. We can have a look to your project proposal to give you some advice, which is not mandatory. We will not interfere in the technical or scientific part, but we will have a look in how the project is organized, if the budget is appropriate, if you have enough dissemination, or if you have the impact maybe well explained. So we're going to support you in the non-technical part. Then we can give you also some advices. For this topic, it's good to have partners in your consortium from this area, from this area. Also, is very good to have consortia covering most of the European Union areas and not only. And I would like to remind you, if you don't know, to let you know, that to the EU framework program, there are other countries eligible to participate. First, the associated countries, for example, the EEA countries like Norway, Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Switzerland. With the UK, it's still, we don't know if there will be an associated country or a third country, but you can take partners, again, from Moldavia, from Israel. They're very good in the IT and especially in the cyber. So don't hesitate to contact us, to, let's say, to exploit us as much as possible, either from the NCP network or we directly in the ministry. In the case that there is a project proposal with your organization as a partner, we don't make lobby, that's for sure. We're not lobbying for a certain proposal or for another proposal. But we can discuss with other countries to support project proposal of most interesting if they are, for example, in the reserve list. We as a delegates in the program committee is, let's say, one of the management structures in the Horizon. We can ask the Commission to maybe to expand a little bit the budget, to include some projects from the list of project proposals in the reserve list, if this is possible and realistic. Also, we can work together while the work program is to be born, because those topics are not coming out of the blue. They are a result of some proposals came from the Commission and from input from member states. So we can work together in all the phases of a project proposal. But at the end of the day, you will be the one who will implement the project, and you will be the ones who will benefit of the research projects. And again, once you will complete the project, or even before the completion, have a look to the Digital Europe program. Or why not to the defense program. Romania is also eligible to participate in the defense program. So have a broad look to all the opportunities. Don't hesitate to identify and to ask us for your support, but also don't hesitate to have a look to those programs who are implemented only in Romania, and my colleague will tell you a few words about what can be done with European funds. Yes, and I'm using brackets, simply because European funds are, let's say, implemented through a certain mechanism where you can go to the management authority, to the intermediate body, and so on and so forth. But in Horizon and Digital Europe and in the defense program, you go directly to Brussels. So there are two different streams, but always complementary. I'm very much looking forward to receiving your questions, and I hope to be able to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Volturescu. It is a very challenging position that you have at national level, because you must be receiving questions regarding different fields, Horizon being such a widespread and covering like everything. So it is a pretty, I tell you, challenging experience and a hard to wear hat, but personally, our institutions have collaborated very good in the past, and we're looking forward to a fruitful collaboration from now on.
Thank you very much.
Now we're going from the ministry to the authority for the digitalization of Romania, which is in the coordination of the Ministry of Research, Innovation and Digitalization. I would like to ask Mrs. Ana Maria Bușoniu to get the floor. She is the General Director of the intermediary body for the promotion of the information society within the Authority for the Digitalization of Romania. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to this event. First of all, I'm not a specialist on cybersecurity part, but I represent the intermediate body involved in the implementation of competitiveness operational program and also on Smart Grow Romania program, which now we negotiate with European Commission. And we are also involved as agency for implementation on recovery and resilience plan regarding on digital component. So we have a lot of synergy to assure between foundings, and first of all, I want to say that we invest a lot from cohesion policy on cybersecurity. And in this programming period, we have in implementation almost 100 million euro on security audit, and it's a priority. It's clear priority from the Commission point of view. My colleagues from the Ministry of Research and Digitalization discuss about Digital European program, and we are in charge to assure the synergy with the DigiConnect financing the Romanian Digital Innovation Hub, and taking into consideration that the selection was done by the Commission, we have 7 EDIH in implementation, and 4 of them are involved in cybersecurity issue. So it's a great opportunity also for the market, research organization, and public authorities to discuss with this EDIH in order to develop their project and to support their intervention through European Union money. I want to congratulate the organizer for this moment, because now we are in implementation for the competitiveness operational program, and we negotiate with the Commission for the next programming period. And for sure, it's a moment when we can start preparing projects, because we will invest more than 400 million on e-government digital services, and for sure we need there to have a digital solution adapted also to cybersecurity, and we need to finance systems, IT systems that are prepared to answer the threats on cybersecurity part. In fact, we want also to invest more than 100 million euro on adopting advanced technology at the level of public institution in Romania. And here it's, of course, a big necessity to have also cybersecurity solution adapted to answer the challenges. At the level of recovery and resilience national plan, we have maybe the biggest challenge on the implementation on governmental cloud. And here we need also a lot of involvement from private sector, because the public authorities involved in the implementation, and here we discuss about ADRS, ETS, and CyberInt, are prepared their tenders in order to start the implementation of this investment with the amount of approximately 500 million euro. Also, we will support digital skills, because if we look at the digital economy and society index, we will see that we need a lot of the money go to the digital skills, and also we will go to the disadvantaged communities, and we will try to develop as much as possible the digital skills at that level. And of course, we discuss about investment in infrastructure, ITNC infrastructure, and here we need also a lot of cybersecurity solution adopted at the level of the systems. In the last year, cyber attacks, including advanced persistent threats, have been identified at the level of ITNC public sector. And we need to adapt our solution to these threats and to answer as soon as possible in an integrated manner. Romania adopted his cybersecurity strategy, and we have to implement also the measures in line with this. My message for Bucharest Cybersecurity Conference is clear. Start, prepare the project to bring them to a degree of maturity to be financed. The public institution will start to launch their tenders, and they need private sector to be there in order to implement this project. We have a lot of money, and we need to invest them as soon as possible in order to reduce the gap that we have with other EU countries at the level of the digital systems, both in public sector and in the private sector. I want to thank you again for the invitation, and I hope that next year we'll discuss about the number of projects under implementation, and to see the results of tenders and start in a good manner the implementation of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting and useful. We might have a couple of questions, but we are saving the question for the end. Now, I would like to make the pass from the public sector to the consortium sector. And I would like to ask Mrs. Monica Caballero Galiote, who is the project manager within the Innovation and Strategic Investment Unit in Entity Data Spain, to promote the second project. Monica, if you can hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me too?
Yes, we can also hear you. Maybe in the room, if you could turn up the volume a little.
Yep, I can try.
It's perfect.
To test it. Great.
Perfect. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and good morning. Good morning, everyone. I really want to thank you to DNSC for this invitation and for allowing us to present the second project where you are involved. So let me go quickly. I'm Monica Caballero. Let me present myself. I'm, as you have already mentioned, I'm from Entity Data Spain, and I'm the project coordinator of the second project. What is the second project? So some key facts. So it's a project fund, it's an European Horizon 2020 project that responds to a call on cyber threat information sharing and analytics. And it's a 3-year project that was kicked off on September last year and will last until August 2024. It has more than 6.5 million euros of budget, with more than 5 million euros of contribution from the European Union. So that's what our panel colleagues were saying about the help of the European funds in innovating in the cybersecurity field. SECAN counts with a consortium that it's composed of 20 partners from 10 different countries. We have large ICT industries, we have SMEs, we have research institutes and universities, we have a healthcare organization, a non-profit foundation, and we have DNSC, an European third from Romania, also as a partner. In this consortium, this is not the only Romanian partner. We also have CIMAVI as a large industry making great developments in the project, and also we have the healthcare organization that is Polaris Medical involved in this consortium. So it has a Romanian flavor. Let me start also with the context and the main aim. And well, it's well known that the industrial sector is experiencing an unprecedented number of changes in recent years, with new models of remote delivery, especially in complex ICT infrastructures. And these advancements came with new waves of cyber attacks, raising security and privacy issues. Meanwhile, we observe that the level of security awareness is still low if we compare to some of the criticality and potential of security breach in some sectors. And in particular in the health sector, which is the focus the second project focus on. We observe that in this sector is a constantly increasing data-driven ecosystem that is populated by IoT devices, medical databases that are shared, as well as networks that can be shared among organizations. This interconnected nature and the high criticality of this sector, which is dealing with sensitive data, makes it very attractive and profitable to cyber attacks, which may range from general purpose and often indiscriminate attacks to very highly targeted attacks to certain institutions. And also we observe that sometimes most of the healthcare professionals are not the more trained or that have more knowledge on cybersecurity, on potential of security breaches. So in such a complex cyber risk environment, as SECAN, we thought that there was a need to complement the traditional platform-specific and attack-specific countermeasures that are developed in the industry. in order to strengthen the understanding of risk at both human and technical level. And on the human factor, we think it's the weakest link, and this requires a lot of education. And on the technical point, the risk needs to be understood and codified in ways that they can be monitored and can be prevented. So SECAN aims to do it, delivering a framework for cybersecurity risk assessment. So it's an assessment platform in order to enhance the digital security, the privacy, and the personal data protection in complex ICT infrastructure. Thus, the main goal is to, we are developing, because right now the project is ongoing, an automatic threat detection platform that is addressed to thirds and testers that is capable to identify threats and attacks, and at the same time promote the situational awareness, security awareness as a priority. We rest on four main major pillars, which are digital security and privacy, for handle the risk and assessment of vulnerabilities, for both, as I said, technically and for personal, for humans. The second pillar is data protection and accountability. The third pillar is collaborative threat intelligence. And the fourth pillar is the training, both for the non-technical users and also the cyber experts in the organizations. We have two main kinds of users. On the one side, we have the healthcare professionals, which range from the people that are dealing with patients, doctors, nurses, etc., but also the administrative staff in healthcare organizations, as well as medical authorities. And on the other hand, we have the ICT and the security professionals, not just including the individuals, but also the authorities and institutions look in this field. And through this pillar, we want to provide to these users, as well as other stakeholders in the healthcare value chain, improve cybersecurity readiness, increase privacy and data protection across the entire industrial chain, as well as to reduce costs for managing risk and for adopting digital security solutions, as well as for the training. So in turn, at the end, SECAN aims to enable to make informed and context-aware decisions regarding cybersecurity, privacy, and data protection risk. How we are going to do that? So these pillars translate into different major components that are interrelated following the figure that I'm just showing. So here at the bottom, we have the supply chain with all the interactions with client, professionals, devices, etc. And on the top, we observe SECAN that will be offered as a platform as a service manner. And we have different tools that will be now introducing with different interfaces depending on the users, for both the experts and the clients and users. Let me try to go quick through these components to make it clear. One of the first components I want to comment is security and privacy risk assessment framework that aims to deal with all the cascading effects of cyber attacks and with propagated vulnerabilities in interconnected complex scenarios. So for that, we have the Cybersecurity Risk Assessment Companion, that it's composed of 4 modules, and that using input for a threat intelligence model that I will explain afterwards, identifies potential vulnerabilities, assesses the propagation through the supply chain, and proposes treatment solutions. Then we have 3 other modules that perform dynamic analysis on the network. The human vulnerability assessment that tackles and assesses social engineering attacks, the technical vulnerability and impact assessment that identify and isolate its propagated vulnerabilities, and the behavior analytics engine that uses AI to identify suspicious patterns of entities in the network. The second main component I already introduced is a collaborative toolkit to allow all the organization, the stakeholders, and also European sisters and thirds and sisters to create and exchange vulnerabilities, databases, and taxonomies for cyber attacks. We have two components to fulfill that. The threat intelligence model that supports the creation of these vulnerabilities and taxonomies, and has three submodules that allow to collect and share this intelligence from the supply chain stakeholders. Another one that reports the intelligence gathered to thirds and sisters, and the third one that is the one in charge of building the dynamic taxonomies for the cyber attacks. And in order to interact between the network, the ICT environment and the platform, we have the interoperability level, that it's a middleware that performs this interaction and also includes a central repository for all the SECAN platform. The third main component is a data protection and multi-level accountability framework that relies on a distributed ledger technology in order to establish trust, integrity, and protect all sensitive data. So here we have the trust and accountability model that based on this ledger technology, the one from our partner IOTA, verify the integrity of the data, establish a security of devices, and track the provenance and integrity of their data, and also track the correct access from users to this data. It will use and verify the centralized device identity, record the device data transactions for different stakeholders supply chains to ensure that a zero error delivery, and it will also ensure the adherence to standards and availability. It has the digital identity management model to identify the different both users and entities in the network, and a privacy toolkit that will use encryption technologies to mediate all the information and access to information through this model and the platform. Then we need to interface with the users, and we also need to cope with our pillar of training. So SECAN also incorporates for models for the training and for interfacing. For the training, it has two models. One for the ICT experts within the server range for training using a simulated representation of the supply chain that allows to model and emulate all the ICT infrastructure below. And for the health professionals and patients, we are developing a cybersecurity training model that allows to these users to familiarize themselves with best cybersecurity practices using gamification, technologies and approaches, and also includes a chatbot for making all of this training in an interactive manner. And then just to access all the information, we have for the cybersecurity professionals a dashboard that allows access to the cyber range and the threat intelligence model and the cyber risk companion. And for the health professionals and the patients, we have an end user application that interfaces with a cybersecurity training model and the chatbot app. So we will validate all of these in 4 different use cases. The first one, protecting the connected ambulance of the future. It's aimed at validating our ability to improve the transportation safety of patients and ensures the zero error delivery of patients transported using time-constrained emergency medical services. The second use case, cybersecurity for connected medical devices and mobile app, will serve to validate SECAN's efficiency to deal with cascading effects of private threats and with propagated vulnerabilities in connected healthcare infrastructures, as well as in remote healthcare settings. The third use case is health data protection in healthcare supply chain that has been designed to validate the capabilities of the SECAN technologies to ensure the privacy, the data protection, and accountability when operational data is being exchanged within the healthcare supply chain. And the fourth use case, cybersecurity training, that it's aimed to validate the capabilities of our training models and see if they're really usefulness for our end users. Let me finish with a summary of the main innovations. Also early in this talk, we're talking about the difficulty in innovate when we are dealing with available state-of-the-art already products that are being enhanced and integrated into a platform, as in our case. So these are what we consider right now the SECAN innovations. We are developing these innovative risk analysis methodologies based on AI, which can support all the public and private organizations and relevant stakeholders to identify risks. We are also offering real-time information sharing capabilities that facilitate for cybersecurity professionals to handle and forecast security incidents, complex attacks, and propagated vulnerabilities. We are using an innovative directed acyclic graph ledger infrastructure that introduces innovations in the field of trust and accountability and enables end-to-end integrity and protection of sensitive operational data. And as a whole, we allow for technologically protecting connected organizations as well as empowering the users towards their data protection. So this is everything. I think I have managed to summarize the CAMP project. I'm open for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Very nice presentation. It's a very useful result of the project. We are currently in the end of the integration process with the Geiger project, and I have experienced firsthand the challenges of interconnecting all the state-of-the-art tools. But they have no other option in the end but to cooperate if you torture them long enough, as one of my colleagues used to say. So now I would like to keep the topic on the research programs that the Romanian National Cybersecurity Directorate is involved. And I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Jason Siotis, who is a project manager for the Cityscape project on the behalf of the Institute of Communication and Computer Systems of Greece. Jason, the floor is yours.
First of all, I would like to thank you very much. Thank DNSC for inviting us today into such an interesting conference. The discussions were really engaging those 2 days, and a lot of topics that always come up in discussions within the project and the institute I'm working for. You can see a lot of, let's say, processes going on and the progress of those processes. So, without any haste, I'm the day-to-day manager on behalf of ICCS for the Cityscape project. We are the current coordinator and technical coordinator of Cityscape. It is a topic based on mainly the digital security in intelligent transport systems. The funding was around 5 million euros. 3 years duration and 15 active partners from 6 different countries. There is a saying in Greek that if you don't honor your house, it will fall on your head. So I should also mention that ICCS is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, to avoid some later drama with other institutions from Greece. In Greece, we currently have 58 active research projects and 20 that are to start in the foreseeable future, in the next few months. And in terms of honoring our hosts here, DNSC is latest addition to the Cityscape Consortium. We would like to make an analogy, last year Greece had a lot of fires and Romania sent a lot of firefighters to help. That really actually helped. So yes, if we would make that analogy, DNSC is the firefighter in a difficult situation during the project, and extended to that, I would like to especially thank Mrs. Daniela Tapi and her team for all the engagement and the professionalism they have shown. Anyway, not to tire you more with that. The current challenges in the sector have already been discussed a few times. I will go through that a bit quickly. The interconnection of transport systems is getting on a higher level every year. We can see that in the whole European Union. So the actual realization of this and what attack surface this creates is mainly part of the challenges that Cityscape has to face. The number of services that are being used on commercial level and let's say even on a personal level by handheld devices users is huge, and thus this increases this attack surface. So adding to that, the NIS directive also extends this to different sectors apart from transport, like banking, energy. There had already been a few mentions of that on the previous discussion as well, on how those sectors are interconnected, and we can see it from the development of the worldwide events in Ukraine in those past few months. So in these terms, Cityscape wants to face those challenges as well, or at least help the European Union moving forward and the collaborated partners to move forward dealing with that. And of course, focus on authorities' collaboration as well. I will try to be a bit brief. We are focusing on the multimodal passenger transport ecosystem, having different means of transport, interconnected metros, trolleys, buses, even ships. We have partners in Genova, so yeah, that is actually part of this as well, and at the same time address user and data privacy concerns. So we are developing tools that work together in order to identify threats and their propagation mechanisms, focusing mainly on the transport sector, but also in the other sectors of the NIS directive that they are implicated into that. For example, ticketing systems and the banking sector implication into that. We are looking forward to develop mechanisms that will proactively handle cybersecurity threats and help within the overall predictability of those threats. And we also have a part of raising awareness between users, not only on passenger level, but also in a cybersecurity professional level, since this will be a bundle solution that can be adaptable in many CPaaS platforms. Going further with that. Of course, a critical objective of the project, and this is also one of the objectives that DNSC is assisting with, leading actually, is the strengthening of relationships and interconnection with certain CSERT authorities, the exchange of real-time information, update of threat databases and alerts. And we tend to think that after, especially the first pilot that launched in August in Tallinn, partially this objective has been achieved. Contribution to multimodal transport standards, which is a very new area to tamper with, and a whole thematology to tamper with, is also part of the objectives. The validation of the Cityscape solution, and eventually the go-to-market strategy, since Cityscape is expected to reach a high TRL level. In short, the solution is a bundle of tools that aim to detect suspicious traffic and data, and identify threats, evaluate the impact of those attacks in technical and financial terms, combine external existing knowledge and also upgrade the database of this knowledge with its own contribution in order to predict zero-day attacks, and of course, as already mentioned, to circulate those information within the existing CERT and CSERT authorities and strengthen their interplay. This is a very high-level description on most of the tools that are being used. You will probably identify some of them as existing solutions, but yes, the modular solution on this and the holistic solution is a bit more complicated. We will not present the architecture of the project yet, as it has 1 year to go and it cannot be exposed yet. So we are using IDS IPS engines, NCM modules as the initial connection with the CPaaS platforms, the multimodal transport communication platforms to observe suspicious movement. And then we utilize collaborative incident response platforms, the risk analysis and impact assessment engine, which extends to the financial impact assessment engine, and the collaborative threat and investigation platform. The expected impact of the project is in line with the objectives. Maybe it is around, as I already mentioned, the strengthening of relationships with CERT and CSERT authorities and the sharing of information, the exploration of new or underexplored privacy risks. We are to introduce an agile concept of a standalone interoperable solution, estimate the attack of both technical and financial terms, as already mentioned, and provide a scheme for cybersecurity labeling in terms of standardization for seat-level multimodal transport. This will overall increase passenger safety and identify and track potential path of a cyber attack, while also giving a heads up to the authorities. It will promote best practices in cybersecurity managed solutions, and as already mentioned, it includes training of both passengers and users of multimodal transports in general, and cybersecurity experts that will be monitoring this system and its different modules. Initial training sessions have taken place already in the first pilot, and we hope to fill the gap in the security labeling of multimodal transport. A brief overview of the use case in Tallinn and the pilot that took place. There are a number of automated driving vehicles, buses, mainly operating in the campus, interconnected with city transport, smart traffic lights, and so on, a lot of infrastructure and huge attack surface. So in these terms, certain attacks were performed towards that infrastructure, and the Cityscape toolkit was tested into identifying those. It was successful by identifying the potential risk, future risk, and the financial impact on the assets that were protected and the company itself. It's a public institution, but still assessing this cost is essential to watch over future investments. We are to perform the next upcoming pilot on February in Genova. This is mostly a system that uses infomobility, and we're going to focus mainly on the applications used and the systems that support the ticketing system, and generally it's more user-oriented on the applications the users are using from AMT mainly, the Public Transport Authority of Genova. And certain attacks will also be performed there to see the reaction of Cityscape and how it can be instantiated on a different CPaaS platform, and how eventually marketable it is and how easily it is deployed. I hope I didn't bore you too much. and that would be it.
Thank you, Jason. Yes, I remember when we joined the effort, and my colleague Daniela Tapi, who is a senior cybersecurity coordinator, and Alina Vasilescu, which is a senior cybersecurity manager. We are known as a small but very dynamic team of the project with DNSC, and we're very glad that we're able to give you a hand. We also have a joke regarding the firefighters, that the firefighters go to Greece to protect also the Romanians, because Romanian is like the second language spoken in Greece during summertime. So, we'd like to continue our journey today. We started from the public sector. We continued with the melange between public, academia, and private sector. And now, the last but not the least is Mr. Cristinel Bărbulescu. He is cybersecurity management consultant within Electrica Group, which is a key player in the electricity distribution and supply market in Romania, as well as one of the most important players in the energy services sector. The floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to me to present here. It's a great event in Romania in a security environment. I wish to start with a few words about security. I read these words, it's not from me. Sound like this: security is not our business. But if you don't security, maybe don't have business. It's very interesting word, and it's very real words. I start to talk in this presentation about a great European project. It's about Electron project. It's about, in this project, a new generation electrical power and energy systems. And we talk about, in this project, about resilience. We already, in previous presentation, some people talk about resilience. It's a word of today, resilience. We talk about cyber. We talk privacy and data attacks. This is Electron. I talk some words about me very quickly. I'm graduate of University of Bucharest, Faculty of Computer Science, holds a master degree in Advanced Software System, PhD students, and university assistant. That's very important. I work in Electrica from 30 years. It's a long period of time. Okay, about Electrica Group. Electrica Group is a key player in distribution and supply market in Romania. Our activity based on 4 companies, independent company, part of our group. It's Electrica Furnizare, it's a supply company. It's Electrica Distribuție Energie, Electrica Romania, it's a distribution company, and Electrica Serv, it's a service, electrical service company. All of these company headquarters, managed by headquarters Electrica. This is our company. And about our activities, we have in Romanian large client base, customer base, around 3.50 million clients. We cover around 4% from whole territories in our country. We are big, but sometimes it's better, sometimes it's not better, because it's very difficult to change. Some friends ask me why work in Electrica from 30 years. It's many answers. Electrica is a big company, you already saw. Electrica action in a very interesting domain. Electrical energy is very, very interesting domain. And it's our company is very interesting to adopt new technology, innovative technology. It's very interesting, and year by year, maybe not faster, but step by step, adopt a new technology in our domain. It's very important domain, and we hope to adopt this technology much faster, but it's a little bit complicated. About Electron, we come back to Electron. Electron is a big project big European project. This project involved many companies, private company, state company. It is very important to us involved in this project, Romanian company. And company we have already linked together and refer here about Transelectrica. It's a transportation system operator. And it's very important involved in this project, University of Bucharest. And another company. It's very important to understand, to cooperate on the European level, to understand what is new, what to promote in the European Union, and what can you do to be the best in the future, to be the secure, not only the best. Electron objectives, it's about resilience in the new energy power electrical system. It's a new system. We talk about security, we talk about federated learning, we talk about cyber security, we talk about don't propagate on a cyber attack from another to which from another. We talk about it's very interesting security project. Use case, we have in this project 4 use case based on the experience in European countries or non-European countries about Ukraine, Greece, Spain, and Romania. We talk about what happened in Ukraine a few years ago. We talk about data leaking. We talk about cyber attacks in Ukraine. We talk about what happened to be green, to involve, build a very good infrastructure for a new electrical vehicle. We talk about a new green energy, renewables energy, and we talk about don't propagate attack in the energy chain. We talk about what's happening in Romania and cyber attacks in Romania energy chain. Some elements, security, interesting elements in this project. We have many elements, interesting elements. We talk about the honey pot networks. We talk about very nice acronym, DARCY systems or ARMY system, integrate together to build a better security system from energy electrical power systems. We talk about ARMY. ARMY, it's a component of this Electron project to mitigate risk, to propagate even security and analyze. We talk about CM system. We talk about many security components in this project. It's very interesting. It's a blockchain technology. A few days ago, I participated in University of Polytechnica on a conference, a blockchain. It's a conference held by IEEE conference. It's about the blockchain in energy environment, in energy company. And it's about exchange, energy exchange, use blockchain technology. It's very interesting blockchain technology because I remember first version of this technology used for cyber currency money. And today, On the third version, it's a technology in European Union to exchange data in the whole European Union countries, to change information exchange between countries, between companies and citizens. It's very interesting project, and in another country, in United States, already use this technology to exchange information, pay to energy. Some words about integration of blockchain in our project. We talk about a new technology, software developed network to adapt network to attack. We talk about proactive island to isolate attack on the first level of the attack. We talk about best approach to restore operation. It's very important, and blockchain, it's a technology may be for energy exchanging. It's a little bit detailed scheme about integration of blockchain in energy system in our project. I don't insist about scheme. For any details about our project or about our company, Electrica, we find on our site or our European project site. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation. It's very useful to see all these new technologies permeating all levels, such as blockchain and AI. Personally, I was mesmerized of how many calls had AI in the title, but it's also very interesting to know that AI has been conceptualized somewhere in the 70s, and it took us until now to have the hardware necessary to start implementing it at large scale and to see its effects being produced in society. So we reached the final part, which is a Q&A session. I would like to take advantage of staying here in front of you and to address first question, and my only question. It is to Mrs. Bușoniu. Would you happen to know from your authority level what calls and when will we have calls on cybersecurity?
We will launch the calls next year after we have approved the program by European Commission. Now we are in the final negotiation with the Commission on EU funding. On cyber security, we will launch the call for e-government project, and in e-government project we will have also cyber security solution, not a dedicated call for cyber security as we know from this programming period. Also, we will have some calls for advanced technology in cyber also, and we will launch the call for cloud migration this year, and it's a great opportunity also on having some cybersecurity solution. And I want to promote also a very good intervention. If we discuss about artificial intelligence, it's not on my part of implementing, but it's on research, and my colleagues from intermediate body on research will be in charge with the project. It's about the first artificial intelligence hub that Romania will have, and the Minister Bujuja promote a lot the project and support the project, and I think it's a great opportunity also from the cybersecurity perspective. But we will make this very clear when after we will have the program approved, we will launch in public consultation the timeline for the calls, and we want to learn more from this programming period and to promote specific schedule to be clear from the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's anybody else from the room, or maybe from online, if not, I believe that the presentations were very clear and concise, and nobody has anything to ask. I would like to conclude this panel and this day by saying that in order to maintain a common high level of cybersecurity at the national and at the European level, it is both important to access funds managed by the Commission and also those managed indirectly by the management authorities in Romania. There's no other options but to try and create consortiums and to promote cooperation to enhance the cybersecurity posture both at national and at European level. Having this said, thank you for participating today. I would like to invite you all on the same floor. There are two restaurants. One of them is Champion, the other one is Steakhouse. And we could continue any further discussions over there in a more friendly environment. So thank you all, and congratulations to my colleagues from the Cooperation Department for organizing this wonderful conference. And see you next door. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Ook mijn speciaaltekens.
Laat mijn hoofdletter de ridder binnen. 1, 2, 3, 4. Underscore, slash, hashtag, schuine streep, komma, dubbelpunt, uitroepteken, uitroepteken, uitroepteken.
Die een hashtag. Was dat voor dat uitroepteken?
Ja.
Bestaat al.
Hallo jongen, hoe kan dat nou? Kom Paljester, we zijn hier weg.
Die hebben we goed liggen gehad.
Wachtwoorden zijn niet meer van deze tijd. Bescherm je online-account met 2-stapsverificatie. Meer info op safeonweb.be.
Wachtwoord. Hallo brood, amusement.
Let's imagine for a moment. If you acted the same way offline as you do online, you'd go to the wrong places. Without a second thought. You'd give your private information to anyone who asks for it.
Excuse me, would you please tell me your name, last name, and address?
Would you be enticed by such too good to be true offers if you saw them in the offline world? Of course not. So stay away. Stay smart, both offline and online. And if you do come across phishing attacks, you should always report them and share with friends and family.
Phishing can come in all shapes and sizes and can be seen in different costumes. It may be behind one of those pop-ups with irresistible offers. Or it could be an email or a phone call from cyber criminals pretending to be your bank. And it could even be a mobile message, like this one, from someone pretending to be your friend, asking you for money urgently. How horrible! This can't be true! Almost believed it. Remember, keep your eyes wide open. Cyber criminals' main goals are to get your personal and professional information, especially your login data. Don't get hooked.
Is your password your cat's name? And do you use it for everything? Big mistake. A strong password like this considerably reduces your chances of a phishing attack. You have to make it difficult for cyber criminals. Do you find using a different password for everything you do online confusing? Use a password manager like this. A password manager keeps your passwords safe and properly organized. I also recommend activating two-factor authentication whenever possible. You know, like when you get a code sent to your mobile phone so that you can access a service. By using a strong, safe password, you won't have to constantly change your cat's name. Isn't that right, Simba?
Do you always access your bank account from your mobile or tablet? I knew it. Of course, it's much more comfortable. Just remember to be safe. Your bank will never ask you to click on a link or provide your credentials from outside their banking app. If you receive such requests in an email or a phone message, they're likely coming from cyber criminals. Make sure you ignore them and block them. Remember, always use the bank's official channels. If you're not sure if a message comes from your bank, contact them directly by calling them immediately. Do not reply to the message. With my finances in order and my bank account secured against phishing, I can focus on my work.
send me this. Let's see. Oh. Interesting.
Harry, you are awesome. Thanks for letting me in. Harry opened the email I sent to him, posing as his human resources department, and then he downloaded the attachment with malware. Thanks to Harry's click, I was able to deploy the ransomware and encrypt some very important information of his organization. Now, I can ask for money if they want me to give the data back. But you see, that's not all. This organization would take several days to recover from this cyber attack, and they will suffer reputational and economic losses.
I'm calling the IT department. Hello? Hello, this is Harry.
IT department. Start talking. Tell them everything about ransomware and how to avoid it.
If you want to make it easy for cyber criminals, just use one simple and single password for everything. You know, for example, if I have access to your weak password and you use that to access your account, along with all other applications, then I will easily have access to everything. And if your computer is linked to this organization, and that's when the ransomware party starts. Sorry, I can't help myself. Okay, now we're going to talk about why it's important to perform updates. Paul, imagine you are busy, you're working, right? And then all of a sudden, a message appears on your screen. It says, software update available. Now you may be thinking, well, I'm busy, right? You know, I'm doing things, whatever, I could do it later, maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, who cares? Do you do that?
Yes, sometimes.
You see, Paul is not the only one. That time frame between when the software update is available and when you actually update the computer, that time frame is a great opportunity for us hackers. But if instead you were to take a moment to update your computer, well, then you will improve its security and it will ruin our plans. Yeah?
So, should we select auto updates on mobiles and computers?
No, never. I mean, yes. This is just too difficult for me, you gotta understand. Cyber criminals launch thousands of ransomware attacks per day. They could be posing as brands or clients or colleagues that you perfectly know. Beware of these type of emails though. Emails that may look like a salary list or classified documents or even an urgent invoice. Well, they could actually be a malicious attachment that will infect your computer. So, whenever you get one of these suspicious emails, make sure you check directly with the source. Thank you for listening.
You forgot to mention that if you have already fallen into a scam, don't act like nothing happened. Report it to the IT department. We may still be in time to stop the ransomware download.
My name is Directorate and I was the coordinator of Cyber Month from 2012 for 3 long years. We try to have the governance, resourcing, and also partnership and coordination together on such an important topic, cyber skills for all citizens in the EU. I found this metrics of success when I received a call from authorities from member states saying that why we are not in the Cyber Month. So I think that this shows that everybody wanted to be included.
BSI, the National Cybersecurity Authority of Germany, are the national coordinator of the European Cybersecurity Month. We are very proud that we are having this kind of position and function since 2013. We raise the awareness. Information security is a precondition of digitization, and we do it all together. We are a strong network to support you, that you are staying healthy within a digitized world.
I'm an early adopter of the European Cybersecurity Month. Since its beginning, I've been working in raising cyber awareness in Belgium, and when I joined the Commission in 2016, it was one of the key priorities to also give the full attention to the Cybersecurity Month. For me, raising cyber awareness is my mission, and actually I always keep in mind the big tagline that we learned from the Cybersecurity Month.
I'm supporting the organization of the ECSM in Luxembourg since 2012. Back then we were 8 member states participating in the ECSM. In Luxembourg we had organized awareness-raising posters that we distributed at a booth of the Autumn Fair.
I have had the honor of being the Spanish European Cybersecurity Month coordinator from 2015, almost from the beginning of the campaign. For us, cybersecurity culture is a main pillar where we support the national security.
This is my 5th edition of the European Cybersecurity Month. I'm really proud and honored to collaborate actively to spread cyber awareness through this amazing period.
O Centro Nacional de Cibersegurança Português acompanha a iniciativa do European Cybersecurity Month desde 2014, 2015. Consideramos que este mês é um mês obrigatório para relembrar aquelas que são as boas práticas, para aquelas que são os contributos que a cibersegurança deve ter em termos de literacia digital.
Γεια σας, ονομάζομαι Ευαγγελία Δασκαλάκη και εκπροσωπώ το Ελληνικό Κέντρο Ασφαλούς Διαδικτύου του ΙΤΕ. Κάθε Οκτώβριο ενώνουμε τις δυνάμεις με όλη την Ευρώπη και με την πολύτιμη υποστήριξη του Ευρωπαϊκού Οργανισμού για την Ασφάλεια των Δικτύων (ENISA) γιορτάζουμε την ασφάλεια στο διαδίκτυο. Έχουμε προωθήσει ενημερωτικό υλικό σε πάνω από 38.000 ανηλίκους και έχουμε οργανώσει πολλά σεμινάρια και webinars για την επιμόρφωση των πολιτών της χώρας.
Leta 2012 je Slovenija s programom Varni na internetu prvič sodelovala v kampanji Evropski mesec kibervarnosti. Bili smo ena od samo 8 držav članic Evropske unije, ki se je takrat odločila za sodelovanje v nekem manjšem pilotnem projektu. Nismo si predstavljali, da čez vsa ta leta, da bo ta kampanja vključevala čisto vse članice Evropske unije in pa več kot 300 partnerjev in pa podpornikov projekta.
Obserwujemy, że kampania z roku na rok jest coraz bardziej popularna i zgłaszane jest coraz więcej inicjatyw. Aż 71 w 2021 roku.
After launching our first cybersecurity awareness national campaign under the name Great Croatian Naives in 2019, the Croatian National CERT was recognized as the key organization in promoting cybersecurity topics among general public in Croatia.
Latvia participates in the European Cybersecurity Month's activities since 2013, and we see European Cybersecurity Months as a great initiative, allowing us to join forces both nationally and internationally. We highly appreciate this opportunity to join forces for the 10th time, and we celebrate the round anniversary of European Cybersecurity Months. Thank you, ENISA, for driving this initiative forward.
Wow, it's been 10 years of hard work, of development for the ECSM team, a period in which, looking back, we learned a lot, especially from each other's experiences. I'm really proud. I've been there from the start, and I must admit you guys inspired me to want to do this for the rest of my life. Why? Because cybersecurity is a shared responsibility.
Such awareness-raising campaign
committed to educate different European audiences on online security protection has also taught me, a cybersecurity professional in the field, different techniques or best practices rather that I may not have yet been made aware of.
We at the National Cybersecurity Finland are here to pave the way for a safer digital world for all the Finns. And awareness raising is, of course, an integral part of that. And that is where the European Cybersecurity Month has really helped us by providing excellent materials to build our own awareness campaigns.
Kui mina 2018. aastal siis küberturvalisuse kuu tegevused üle võtsin, siis meie esimene mõte oli teha küberhügieeni talgud. Ja seda teadmist saime järgmistel aastatel uuesti ära kasutada, kui me korraldasime küberturvalisuse kuu, ehk siis oktoobri jooksul veel igasuguseid küberhügieeni teavituskampaaniaid eakamatele elanikele.
Desde su primera edición, el Mes Europeo de la Ciberseguridad es la cita ineludible de toda la comunidad española. Creemos que todavía nos quedan muchos éxitos en común para hacer esa auténtica comunidad europea de ciberseguridad, para construir un mercado interior competitivo, basado en la soberanía tecnológica, en el que ningún ciudadano y ciudadana europeo se queden atrás de la ciberseguridad y que se sientan partícipes de este compromiso común por una sociedad, una economía digitales pero seguras.
Смятам, че е много важно дейностите да не останат само в рамките на месеца, но да получат устойчивост и която да доведе до повишаване на киберкултурата на потребителите.
Active participation in all phases of ECSM campaign throughout the year enables a lot of knowledge and experience sharing.
We all have agreed by now that cybersecurity is a shared responsibility, and Europol and the European Cybercrime Center are proud supporters of this initiative since 2016. Initiatives like European Cybersecurity Month help promote digital skills among EU citizens, businesses and governments, making them better prepared to feel and act safe online, reducing the opportunity window for criminals.
Vi i Norsk senter for informasjonssikring representerer Norge i ENISA og koordinerer vår nasjonale sikkerhetsmåned. Vi er stolte av vårt oppdrag og vårt europeiske samarbeid som startet opp for 10 år siden. Nå planlegger vi ulike aktiviteter og gleder oss til en svært aktuell og spennende sikkerhetsmåned i oktober.
Cybersecurity is a shared responsibility, and European Cybersecurity Month is more than just a campaign about raising awareness of the risks and good practices. It's a fun way for citizens to learn by participating and engaging in the content.
Campaigns like the ECSM one are so important to not only raise global awareness about cybersecurity threats and attacks, but also to raise the global level of cybersecurity hygiene, expertise and knowledge within the European Union.
Never take a break from cybersecurity. Your digital life matters. Don't let the hackers win.
Zapraszamy do kolejnej, jubileuszowej już edycji Europejskiego Miesiąca Cyberbezpieczeństwa.
This year, the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity is organizing the 10th edition of the European Cybersecurity Month. And we are so grateful to be able to do this with all of our partners and contributors. The European member states, the European institutions, bodies and agencies, consumer bodies, private sector, NGOs and many more have contributed to making this campaign a huge success. It is because we do this together as a cybersecurity ecosystem that we're able to make the campaign grow year on year. ENISA provides the tools and materials so that any organization can run their own awareness campaigns. This year, the themes are ransomware and phishing, and they aim to provide a wide audience with the basic understanding of these cyber threats and how to stay safe online. So what are you waiting for? Join us this October and let's make the Cybersecurity Month an even bigger success.
On this 10th anniversary, I would like to congratulate all the colleagues from the member states, ENISA and the European institutions.
Happy 10th anniversary to all the European Cybersecurity Month's contributors and participants.
Long live the ECSM.
Happy 10th anniversary to the European Cybersecurity Month.
Thank you, European Cybersecurity Month. and let's make this anniversary the best one yet.
Let's do it together. Stay healthy. Looking forward to seeing you soon. Thanks.
Think before you click.
How did you decide to become a hacker?
Well, I'm not really sure what it means to become a hacker. That's like some guy in a hoodie who types really fast and stays up all night writing code and cracking passwords. It's not me. I just spy on people and see what makes them click. It's not a bad job.
Mark Hanning, CEO of Qualicart, set to report earnings after their blockbuster IPO.
So you consider this a job?
I put a lot of work into this. I'm not lazy. It takes research to figure out the key players, learn all about them, their families, their friends, what they care about. You have to understand the company's organization. I get a lot of my information from the sales department because they're always so quick and eager. They're hungry. People trust too easily. They don't look at the details. I do. Details matter. That's what I'm good at. It has to look completely believable. It has to look familiar. This is where research is important. It's not some generic piece of spam. It's an email from their boss with their company's signature. It's written in the voice of the boss. It's what he would say if he were writing this.
What about the malware itself? How does that work?
Somebody else out there already wrote all the code that does the actual attack. I'm just using it in the attachment. My skill is in my ability to get a bunch of people to click on that attachment. I always wonder what it's like when the whole thing unfolds on their end, when the panic sets in.
Please leave your message after the beep.
Hey, this is Rajiv in finance. Call me as soon as you get this. Something's up with my laptop. I can't.
Katie, are you on your way to the office? Something's going on with our file servers.
Karen in HR, our benefits dashboard seems really slow. We're getting calls from users on it. Give me a call when you get this. Joining conference now.
Apparently, there's a malware attack targeting our main...
It's ransomware. They're holding us hostage. We're locked out of everything. I can't even check my phone. What about the backup?
That will take days.
We need this fixed now. Pay it. We don't have a choice. We're reporting earnings in 2 hours.
But how do we know that they'll...
Pay it. Put every single person on getting us back up and running. That's the only priority now. Okay, it's done. I have the decrypt key. Mark, we have a big problem. The ransomware was just to distract us. They got inside. They got everything. Customer data, financials, everything.
Qualicart is reeling today from the news that hackers have released the personal information of nearly 2 million
The Nasdaq closed lower today, led by Qualicart, which was down 14% on news that their recent data breach may be far worse than the company originally
acknowledged. Its stock fell to a new all-time low on news that CEO Mark Hanning is stepping down after what is turning out to be one of the worst breaches of personal information in recent history.
Do you feel bad about releasing the personal information? All the financials? All the money that was lost?
All I did was get the files. I'm not the one that decided to release them. I'm not the one that shorted the stock. Somebody else had their reasons for that. It's above my pay grade. I was paid to do a job, and I did it well. And that's what's expected of anyone, isn't it? Anyway, markets bounce back.
My business has been running online for 8 years. Social media would be a huge part of our business. I got an email through from my social media provider, and it was giving me an option to verify my account. So I clicked in, logged into my account. Within the next half an hour, my phone started to slow down. I noticed that apps that I would normally use weren't working. So I did turn the phone off. I turned my phone back on about 40 minutes later. There was a whole lot of emails that had just come in. When I opened it, I could see that all of my account details had been changed, my username, my password, and my phone number. We then had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. That then whittled down to 1 hour. We realized we were on a countdown, and that's when we started to panic. I realized very quickly, don't interact. We'd had emails stating that our account had been taken for ransom. They were threatening to delete all of the content, to take the name if we did not respond and pay a ransom within 2 hours. The ransom they were asking for was $900. At the time, I very much considered paying it, but at the same time, my husband was looking online and was reading a couple of scenarios where this had happened to somebody else, they paid it, and they didn't receive their account back. So I realized very quickly, don't interact. It was devastating to see our account disappear. Not only was that 8 years of work, but it was also the history of our business. We created the new account, and then I went on to my personal account and I recorded a 2-minute video, very briefly telling people what had happened. When I woke up the next morning, that video had been viewed 25,000 times, and everybody shared the page. Within 24 hours, we had built up a following of over 25,000. It was like somebody came in, burnt out my business, and then the community came together and built it up the next day. It was absolutely incredible. The advice I would give to people is always think before you click. No matter how legitimate something looks,